Well, welcome to the Zombie Heart stream. Today I'm going to be going over the tank skills for Ashes of Creation. I want to continue trying to figure out ability rotations and plan what a good ability rotation would be before even playing the game, just looking at the wiki. Yeah, let's just jump right into the tank. Oh, cat. Mistakes were made. No, come on. No, cat, you're on it again, you cat. What am I gonna do with you? You gotta get off the keyboard. She's not moving. You wanna see the cat? There she is. There's the little kitty. Cat, I need you to go somewhere else. It's not gonna work with you over here. You're gonna be pressing buttons and messing up my stuff. Cat, nope. You can't. I know you want to lay right there, but you can't do that. Maybe if I just hold you. She doesn't get it. No, don't lay here. Blink. So what just happened? So the description is missing. Okay, hold on. Now she's eating my mouse. I gotta put you down, sweetie. I love you, but I don't want you eating my mouse. And I don't want you messing up my spreadsheet. I love you. Okay, all right, get down. Get down. Right, I need the description for Blink. The description is you instantly teleport 20 meters in the direction you are moving. Yeah, so it's like Flash, Blink, it's a movement skill. Okay. All right, tank stuff. Let's look at the tank stuff. Skills. How am I going to do this? Let me bring my page to be split in half. Oh my God. The cat again. Okay. You gotta go down, baby girl. You're in the way. You're in the way. Come on. Come here. Over on the side. No, that's okay. You can lay right there. I'll compromise with you. No, stop. I think she does it for attention. I'm starting to wonder. I need to get like a wireless mouse though. If this is going to keep up. Okay, here are the tank skills. Quit it. Get on down. Derp derp. Okay, tank skills. The first one is absorption field. It costs 25 mana. Is 30 range on a field of absorption, and it has 30 range. Why would it? Does this cast a bubble of absorption around you and your allies? That's amazing. Hold on. Do they have a video of this? They just have the skill description. Ashes of Creation tank dev stream. Is this it? No. Dev update with tank preview live on Twitch. Here we go. Cat. Why? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
Hello and welcome to our glorious Ashes of Creation January development update. It's our first stream of the year. We hope that everyone
January
is safe and well. I know.
All right, we're looking for
a cleric
absorption
live stream.
field.
There were 3 big points of feedback from the community with regards to the cleric live stream that related to improve the design features. But
is that it? Is that what does it look like? Hold on.
Very important. And I am joined today by 3
Okay,
of our
it's got a bubble around a banner.
One of our engineers with whom you've spoken with in the past, Keenan.
I don't see it down here in the bar. Let's see. Does he switch abilities at some point?
Oh, whoa. No.
Flawless.
I'm back up. It's okay.
No, that's still the same.
Right?
It's still the same bar.
Yeah.
He doesn't change bar. He doesn't.
Which is first and foremost.
I never saw the ability even show up on the bar.
I commit you to the ground, Lord Oakenbane.
I wish I could see this. All I need to know is, does this protect more than just the tank? Does this also protect the tank's allies? If it's 30 meters. Like maybe it's something that you can cast on one individual ally that's 30 meters away from you. Because a 30-meter range means it's, if the caster's at the center, it means that 15 yards distance from the center, that's the radius. Cat, I can't do this with you. I'm just gonna keep putting you down. Back up here. Love you. So how much is this? What is this skill going to be worth? How valuable is this skill? Is this going to be a skill that we can cast on our allies, or is this really like a 15? I mean, like a 30 range. Like this would be better than the wall, wouldn't it? I don't remember seeing a tank use this skill on any of the dev streams. See this range right here, that's what throws me off. It says a field of a field, like a force field, or like an area of a field, like a field like on the ground, like a field, like a large area range field, or more like a force field. Okay, I don't remember seeing this ability, so we're going to assume that this is just something that the tank can cast on themselves, and that I have no idea why there's a 30-meter range. I also don't know how much like efficiency this is. There's a lot of missing information about that one. About a 0.3. Maybe like a 0.25. I don't know what's it gonna be. What's it gonna be? We'll give it a 2.5, sure. Just because not really sure what it does and so on. Next skill. Let's look at the Aegis skill on the tank. Uh, 20-second cooldown. This skill instantly dispels all negative effects on the caster, then creates a protective dome behind the tank for 15 seconds, transferring 50% of all damage received by targets within the area to the tank instead. All targets within the cone also receive status effect resistance. Ooh. This is good. This is good. Yeah. All right, let's watch. Here, hon. Steven says Aegis is causing essentially an area of effect that our party members can live within. And if they do, I'm absorbing a portion of their damage taken pre-mitigation.
Off, and it's toggled ability, so you can kind of turn it on and off at your displeasure.
Nice, very cool. And I see this Aegis is causing essentially a area of effect that our party members can live within, and if they do, I'm absorbing a portion of their damage taken pre-mitigation. Is that correct as well, Keenan?
Yeah, that's right. It forks some percentage of the incoming hit and applies it to your mitigation, not the party members.
Nice, very cool, very cool. All right, well, this kind of gives you guys a comprehensive overview.
So it actually puts the little guard thing in front of the tank. Right here it says that it creates a dome behind the tank. No, let me here. So this one says behind the tank as well. So let me load that page. Finish loading so I can go backwards. Fupo the tank. Oh, is this the Fupo that I've seen hanging out on Twitch, I wonder? Okay, so it dispels all negative effects on the caster. All negative effects. Wow. Let's look at just, it's called Purify. Yeah, the cleric ability Purify removes 3 dispellable debuffs from an ally. But this tank shield dispels all negative effects on the caster. Oh, okay, the caster only. Then it creates the protective dome, transferring damage. All targets within the dome receive status effect resistance. Let's look at resistances. There's probably a lot here. This is good to look at. But if I gave this a 0.5 and you can this doesn't seem like a 0.5 anymore. Or if this is a 0.5, then it's like a 9 or something. I'm going to change this to 4. So so this is a 0.4 because it dispels negative effects on yourself as the caster, as the tank. All negative effects, not just 3 negative effects. And not just 3 debuffs, but like negative effects of any kind and all of them. And then it creates a protective dome behind the tank. So I already have 4. That's at least worth 4, if not more. For the tank, okay, so that's like worth okay, that's worth a 0.45 plus it transfers 50% of all and all targets. This is like amazing. That's like really amazing. That's a 1. That's like the best score I've given anything. I just think that's amazing. Wow. Okay, I'm leaving it. I mean, that's just good. Am I wrong? Does anyone disagree? Let's look at resistances. Next on the chopping block is resistances. Different damage types are mitigated by the defensive stats on different types of armor. Do I have augments, armor, weapons, augments? Maybe I should make another sheet down here for armor. And I'll put it right beside the weapons. Magic damage is mitigated by light armor. Holy and radiant damage are modifying energy types that have corresponding synergy and weak and resistances. Undead mobs are weak against holy. Does that mean that undead mobs are weak against radiant? Like, just what's the difference in radiant and holy? Is that the same thing? Physical damage is mitigated by heavy armor. Different classes of weapons deal different types of physical damage. We have bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing. Players will be able to counter resistances with resistance penetration stats. So let me add on my armor tab to say, and there's light armor, medium armor, heavy armor, and there's also like And there's also magic. So let me resistance type, armor type. Oh. Physical. And then there's holy, and there's radiant. But have so instead of saying so are holy and radiant both considered a magic damage? Well, I'll just put bludgeoning, and then we'll see other slashing, piercing. Steven says, when there's a lot of different complexity that exists between the multi-layered interactions of damage mitigation, resistances, and damage penetration, those things stack up over time, and there's an opportunity for that subtly to be more expressed when the receiving target is, say, weak to that, chosen not to spec into any resistances against that. That keeps things fresh, and it also keeps a healthy level of itemization progression that's necessary for the player as well. There is non-mitigated damage. So like true damage. So there's like true damage. Resistance type. I don't know. True. Or I'll call it non-mitigated. Monsters will have certain types of resistances based on its type. Not every monster has unique resistances. Okay, they'll share groups of types of resistances based on whether that monster is a particular elemental affinity. Okay, there's elements in each with their own resistances. Elements with other... So a element with a resistance. Let's just write it down. So there's magic, sure. But then there's like... How do I do this? Well, there's air. There's earth. And there's fire. Water. Electrical. Nature. Darkness. Light. Planar. Mage offers 4 elemental schools as augments. Elements may have more influence in certain seasons and weather conditions. Frost abilities may be stronger in winter and lightning stronger in the rain. There may be ley lines in strong magical places in the world. Armor characteristics. Light, medium, and heavy. You're not going to get one set of armor that's going to be relevant for every encounter. That's crazy. As a result of that, you're going to have to succeed in acquiring sets that are situationally relevant. Characteristics. What kind of armor characteristics? Stat values will be predominantly the same, but may be able to be adjusted by crafters. Physical defense mitigation. I don't know why that needs to be its own category. Magical defense mitigation. I should get back to doing the tank stuff. I'm getting, yeah, this is cool, but I could do this later. I could do that later. Let me get back to the tank stuff. Okay. The next skill is called Ancestral Bolas. Ancestral Bolas. And then new tab, open it up, get the URL, paste the URL. 25 mana, 30 range. Okay, so you can throw it. It's a bullet. Throws a magical. Okay, it's magical. It's not physical. Web of bolas at the target location. I wonder how magic and physical are going to compare. Are the mitigation values going to be the same? Like 100 physical armor. How does that compare to 100 magical armor? All enemies within at the target location. So it's like a AoE, maybe a small AoE, but it's like all enemies within are snared. Builds hate. Hate. Well, that's a status effect. Why didn't that show up? Enemies entering or exiting will be tripped. Wait, just immediately tripped? They don't get the other thing first and then they become tripped. They're just yeah, so he's not even shaking the enemies. He's just immediately tripping them. All enemies within are snared. It reduces their movement speed and it builds hate, and entering or exiting will be tripped. All right, well, let me copy this. So it does snared. All enemies are snared. It does hate. Enemies entering or exiting the radius will be tripped. And it does tripped. That's a lot. I don't know how big hate is, but having 2 is already a lot. This one has hate as well, so that makes it 3, which is really a lot. What do I click? Within our snared. What does snared do again? Snared is the movement speed. Snared is 0.2. 0.2 plus tripped is 0.5 already. Well, I doubt it does any damage. It's nice that it does an AoE. It's nice that it has range. Enemies entering or exiting will be tripped, immediately tripping them versus like having to snare them in tripping. That's pretty big. Yeah, and that's a boost to this skill. Most trip statuses don't work that way. So I'm going to give it like 1 point. It's entering or exiting. I'm going to give it like 1 point for tripped. Or 0.1 plus 0.3 plus 0.2. Now we're at 0.6. 0.65 because it's like an AoE. If it's a 30, no, it's not 30 meter AoE. He can throw it like 30 meters, but it's probably a really small, decently small area. Maybe it's a medium area, but all right, now I have to find out about hate. So I think I have a 0.65, but I'm gonna no, wait. I need to add this separately. I have snared is 2, tripped is 3. So I have a 0.5, right? But I need to increase that depending on what is hate. Hate is generated. Is this not a status effect? I feel like this should be considered a status effect. They won't feedback on this. Balancing of threat generation will occur. Detargeting is the act of removing hate or aggro from the enemy. There will be a taunt skill at higher levels. So there's a lot of ways to generate hate. Social aggro. So you'll generate a little more hate if the NPC doesn't like you or your faction. Interesting. There will not be add-ons, DPS meters, or threat meters. There will be visual in-game cues that indicate threat. Well, let's look at that. So, but threat and indicate threat. What is the difference in threat and hate? One second. What is hate again? Hate. Oh, threat is hate. Threat / aggro / hate. Generate based on damage done, healing done, and modifiers on certain abilities. This really isn't a status effect, but where else am I going to put it? Like, what else do you call it? I'm going to call it a status effect until I have a reason not to. That's where I think it should belong. Nope, wrong button. I might should have put the URLs on this page too, but I didn't do that. Aggro forces target switching to the tank. Aggro against players is based on a hate table. Aggro will matter. Aggro is based on a hate table. How are they going to pull this off? Okay. This is okay. Threat meters will also not be present. There will instead be visual in-game cues to indicate threat. Let's see.
And then we've got Halcyon Days who wants
I
to
didn't
know
press
about
that button.
meters.
Press
Will there be
this
a
button.
threat meter of any kind, such as a tank-only ability or aura within a certain range?
Well, I know that this is a highly contentious topic.
There's DPS meter, tank meter.
I know. I'm gonna
They
give
like
you my
meters, Steven.
I'm gonna give you my subjective perspective here. Is that meters, in my opinion, are a removal from the game immersion. And what I mean by that isn't necessarily even the fact that having the meter kind of takes you out of the game per se, but there's a lot of diegetic kind of approach that you can take that doesn't rely on UI elements like a meter to kind of indicate how you should do a thing. And when you're not utilizing those types of meters, you can do different types of strategies in encounter design, right? You can have things that can be more subtle and aren't going to be immediately given away by a meter indicating something. And
Okay.
that's the type of gameplay that
So he's doing it because immersion.
I believe we want to emphasize. And for that reason, we're not going to be including threat meters. What we will be including, however, are animation indicators. We're going to be including ability indicators to kind of show the tank like, hey, I might be losing aggro here. Like I am observing in the world these immersive elements that are not tied to any specific type of UI, but indicate to me that this monster might be moving off to attack somebody else in a very immediate future. And now
What would that look like?
abilities that I'm saving to kind of regain that aggro or to lock them down with a taunt or something, right? That to me is a bit more representative of the type of gameplay we want to bring in our encounter design.
So healers are going to generate hate?
Threat meters. Now, that's different than a DPS meter, right? The DPS meter to me was more about kind of what role DPS meters provide in online communities that I've noticed in the past. My experiences, they can be a bit toxic, they can be a bit exclusionary, excuse me. And that's why we don't want the DPS meters. The threat meters is we want to indicate threat. We want to tell you, hey, you might be losing threat. We just don't want to do that through a meter.
Right.
Yes, but how are you going to do it?
Armored Cell, and it's about making
the impact rating of I mean, it's a variable. It's not like, yeah, this threat thing is like, it changes. It's a variable. Huh. Do I just not give it a rating? I guess not. Do I give it a question mark? No, I don't give it a range, but I don't give it a question mark either. Just give it like a not available sort of thing. It's got to be worth something. I mean, if you have a ability that says, where is it? All enemies within the snare and build additional hate towards the tank every second. Yeah, I mean, it does something. I have to rate it something. How about I rate it 0.15? That's kind of just my go-to for things. Because I can't give it a range. I need to give it an exact. So I point... Oh, yeah, okay. So this is now worth a 0.65 just off the statuses. Not to mention that it does AoE and it allows the immediate taunting. It can affect all AoE, all enemies. So I'll give it like... I want to give it like another 0.15. So that's an 8. If this turns out to have actually a pretty small range, if this doesn't have a very big AoE, then I would want to decrease that a little bit. Because the 0.8 is pretty good. Okay. Oh, and I wanted to read that too. Threat meters. Instead of visual cues to indicate threat. Oh, this is all that Steven said. That's a lot to read. Design of game API. There will be integrations available. Really? That'd be cool. Maybe it's just like you get to see what kind of equipment the streamer is wearing. Maybe it's just something that simple. You don't really get to see DPS details. Okay, Ancestral Boas. We're still on this. We just finished this. Yep. Next one is the Charge. It's a channeled ability, charges forward in the direction you're facing, which means it's also a starts with a T, a tempered skill. Enemies you collide with take damage and become staggered. Charge will be cancelled if another ability is activated or if the charge is pressed again. So you can immediately stop charging just in case you need to. I don't know if that's really a boon to the ability. I'm not going to give it extra points because you can cancel it. That's just part of the ability, and you just charge forward. I mean, it's kind of like a gap closer. This is probably much faster than sprinting. It's much faster than getting on your horse and then moving and then stopping just for that little distance. So the main thing it does is it's kind of a gap closer, but it staggers enemies. So you can hit multiple enemies. Oh, you don't just hit one enemy and stop. You can hit a lot of enemies along the way. They take damage and become staggered. This is There's two different staggered definitions on the wiki. I'm not sure what kind of staggered. Oh, they're both rated 0.25. So good. So good. They have the same rating. This one reduces disable evasion. And this one mutes the target's physical abilities. So staggered is worth 0.25, and all that other stuff maybe it was worth like 0.15. Cool. So there's charged. Now we have fortify, and there's no icon on here, which makes me think that this might be one that doesn't actually make it into the game, or it's probably been in the game, but maybe it's been taken out. Or consumes courage. Is that the okay, courage must be the special resource that tanks get. I was wondering what special resource the tanks would get. It seems every single class has their own unique special resource. Courage must be it for the tank. What's this called? Fortify. Consumes all of the courage, not just a little bit, and you only get 10 seconds of mitigation. Is 20% and increases with courage spent at a rate of 1% per 5 courage. Per 5 courage up to a maximum of 40. So maximum of 20% plus the 20% equals 40. Okay, duration is increased by 1% per courage. So duration is doubled if you use it at full courage, which means duration can go up to 20 seconds. So this skill, it could be 20 minutes for 10 seconds, or could be 40 minutes for 20 seconds. While active, increases rate at which courage is gained from damage received. Oh. I wonder how effective that increased rate for damage received is, because like, I mean, if you were taking a lot of damage and if you use this in like a really good scenario and you just very quickly get half your courage back or something, that'd be cool. Plus there's got to be a cooldown for this. I don't see the cooldown, but consumed all courage, like that would just mean I could just use it whenever and get at least that 20% mitigation, which doesn't make sense. So I'm sure there's a cooldown. But just imagine 40% mitigation for 20 seconds. In addition to the tank, so I don't know how much mitigation that is, but let's say at least like 35%, 40% other mitigation, and you got buffs from your allies and stuff, so maybe like another 20% mitigation is like, the tanks can get really tanky. Yeah, but it only lasts for 20. Yeah, but then they're like invincible for 20 seconds. I wonder if you can save up your courage. Like if you're in a PvP situation, can you just find a mob, do like kill a mob, do a little bit of jungling for PvE stuff, and build up your courage and then go into the PvP like in a ganking situation. You know, with all your courage built up, like does your courage decrease per time outside of combat? Per second or something? Let's could be 40% for how much is that worth? Let me see. Control F mit smite. Oh shoot, this game's over 6 seconds. Gaining and healing. I could see this being worth a little bit more. But I put it at 0.65. And that was 25% mitigation for 6 seconds. So, and some health. And so this is better. It is better is better. Cost your courage. The other one probably just costs mana. That's probably 15% physical mitigation. I've seen 15% physical mitigation on a few things. Reduces target smit by 25%. Consumes the courage. Yeah, let me look at courage now. Let me see what courage is about. It's an archetype resource for the tank that reduces incoming damage. Does the ranger not have an archetype resource? Does the mage not have an archetype resource? Okay, so maybe it isn't every single class has an archetype resource. The mage, I guess, just uses mana, and the ranger, I guess, just uses stamina. I mean, the skills for ranger. What is stamina used for? Blocking, dodging, sprinting. Sprinting used to consume mana? What? Why? Stamina does not limit swimming. Okay, cool. So that means you could just swim across the entire ocean, doesn't it? Or maybe something will kill you if you try and do that. Maybe a fish will eat you. Sigils block magical damage. What is a sigil? Sigils are offhand that may be equipped in a player's. Sigils are an arcane variant of shield. Sure, but like, what does it look like in the tank's hand to hold a sigil? Is this just a piece of wood with a picture painted on it? Is it just a shield with a special picture? Oh, is it the flag? Is that what it is? He just has a flag in his hand? Or she just the tank just holds a flag? Is that what it is?
Okay, sorry. What was that, Margaret? The last question?
No, no problem. It's good to clarify. How will active blocking function when it comes to spells? Will players be able to parry spells?
Active blocking. So yes, it depends. So active blocking is a part of our universal skill tree, and active blocking, depending on what piece of equipment you have equipped, some will be catered towards magic in blocking, and some will be catered towards physical damage in blocking. So if you have a physical shield, you're likely going to have little efficacy against active blocking against a spell. However, if you have a sigil equipped, which is essentially the arcane variant of a shield,
Yeah, but what is
and
it?
you actively block, then you might have good efficacy against the spell.
All right.
No,
And our
what is
final
it?
question for
What does it look like? I am gonna have AI draw me a picture. Draw me a picture of a cute zombie holding a sigil and blocking a fireball spell. This is gonna look cool. Sigils, huh? Oh, so that's like a weapon type, or like an offhand. Combos. Weapons. You do like sword, staff, grimoire. Is that how it's spelled? Sigil, shield. What else we got? Wand. What else we got? Dagger. Okay. So courage is the resource for the tank, reduces incoming damage. Courage stacks are given by the grit tank ability. Courage cannot be generated while grit is active. What? Stats. Wait, this thing just immediately gives you full courage? Well, how often can you use that? Grit applies a buff, reducing damage, also reducing movement speed and outgoing damage. Each incoming hit increases courage. Courage cannot be generated. Okay, well, that's like. I mean, it's going to be worth 0.15. I need to give a skill impact value for the fortify. Consumes all courage. duration is increased, while active increases courage from damage received. So it could be worth up to 40% for 20 seconds and increase maybe like a 0.55. Okay, next. Grapple. Previously known as Javelin, templated skill, which means it is going to allow blind firing without a target while in action mode. If a player moves into the path of the attack, they can be struck. 20-second cooldown, 18 range. Takes aim for a moment, hurls a hooked chain in a line, damaging the first target contacts and pulling them to the caster. The target suffers a tapering snare. A tapering snare means that after the end of, like, as you get closer to 3 seconds, the snare gets less and less. So it might start out as a 50% slow, but at 0.29, I mean, at 2.9 seconds, it's only like a 5% slow. So how many enemies can it hit? Damaging the first target and immediately pulling them before holding a hooked chain. That means 1. Yeah, but if you look at this, there's 1, 2, 3 chains coming out of his body. And I don't know if there's another chain over here. Hey, look, there's Fupo Tank again. Well, let's assume that this shoots out 3 chains. Oh, we have a video from January. Let's see it.
Oh my god.
Let's see it again.
Oh no. Okay, engage them. Go, go, go. Oh my.
Yeah, so that's just 1 chain. This is from an ally, that blue line.
My god.
So that only shot out 1 chain. But that looks like a chain right there. That very much looks like a chain. Yeah, I think it just hits 1 person. I'm not sure why it shows 2 chains in the picture. I think it just hits 1 person. A tapering snare. So it's actually not as effective of a snare as before. Where's my snare? There's my snare, a 0.2. But this one's tapering. Like, I mean, this one, the regular snare reduces the movement by a certain speed for 3 seconds. But this ability is not that effective. It only does the original. It only snares them at the beginning for the full amount, and it lessens the snare as time goes on. So this I don't want to give it a full 2 grapple. Snare. Maybe I should write that in the note. I'm just gonna give it a 0.1 and give it like half. Cause if it's at a 50%, like I think it's I think it tapers off all the way down to 0. So I think if it's a 50% slow for 3 seconds, after 1.5 seconds, it's only a 25% slow. I think that's how it's gonna taper off. So it just pulls one thing towards you. That's cool. I like the ability. It's like the opposite of a gap closer. It like pulls the targets to you. Have I seen other abilities that do that? I don't really think so. I think there was one ability that might be a little bit similar. Maybe one. But it certainly wasn't going to be this good. The range is only 18. It's a bit short. Damaging the first target it contacts. Okay, so you don't have... It's going to be hard to target just the target that you want. You're just throwing this chain into a group of people and hoping you get a good person. You know, hoping you chain someone that's useful to be chained. How long does it take to have a character move 18 meters? This could be very helpful in a lot of situations. About a 0.3. So now the total's the 0.3 plus 0.1 is 0.4. This is a 0.4 ability. And all these are great for the tank. Not great. That a 0.4 isn't great, but it's up there. These are good skills. The tank has good skills. I guess he better because he has no damage. I mean, that's all he... It doesn't feel like my numbers are... Each class doesn't have roughly the same total value of the numbers. So, all right, now we're on to grit. And this seems to be the very standard thing that you have to use, that you're forced to use. This is the way to generate the special resource for the tank. So it's like you have to use it. May consume mana while activated. So this is worth a 0.15. It's got some nerfs, some buffs, some nerfs, but it gives you courage. Each incoming hit consumes a stack of courage to reduce incoming. Oh, it also gives you. Okay, so this reduces incoming damage. This isn't just giving you 15% mitigation. This is like your mitigation stats, your damage that you're going to be done is applied first, and then the game knows what it's about to hit you with, and right before it does that damage tick, it still applies another 30% reduced on that damage number. Not 30% extra defensive stats, just an overall minus 30% damage done to your character. This is worth more than a 0.5, isn't it? All right. 0.25. Don't you chew on my wires, kitty cat. Don't you do it. All right, I'm taking you down. Taking you down. Should I just do a 0.2? All right, next one. Inciting strikes. A second cooldown. Slashes twice in a forward cone, adding additional threat. Let's see it.
Ability as well called Inciting Strikes. And if I use that ability, that's a forward cone AoE attack that generates additional threat and damage on targets impacted. Is that correct? Called Inciting Strikes. And if I use that ability, that's a forward cone AoE attack that generates additional threat and damage on targets impacted. Is that correct?
Exactly. That one's a bit more effective at AoE threat, so it's got a bit of a wider hitbox, good for grabbing multiple targets and cleaving them all. So that'll be what you'll be using if like there's a pack of stuff on us and you want to just get them all off of us. But not quite as much threat as the shield assault for one target. So each of them kind of has their utility there for aggro.
Shield assault. Have I gotten to that one yet? I think I just haven't done that one. Here's shield assault, but they're kind of saying that inciting strikes does more. Oh, kitty cat, you're going down. Keep chewing my cords. threat. Additional threat. Did I add threat on the other thing? Hate. How much did I rate it? 0.15. Maybe I couldn't even rate it. Oh, I did give it a rating. I gave it a 0.15. So that's just twice. It's just kind of some decent AoE. It's a handy ability, but it's like, I only want to give it another 0.15. It's really not even. They say it does damage, but who cares if the tank does damage? The tank isn't going to do enough damage to matter. That's how I see it. It's the future I imagine. All right, next skill. We're going to check out Indomitable Spirit. This skill does 30% increased maxed health and 30% increased healing receive. What? You can just immediately increase your max health by 30%? Come on, it doesn't tell me the cooldown. It doesn't tell me how long it lasts. I need more information for this one. 30% increased healing received. That's very nice. I mean, all this is as a solo, like if you're in a solo scenario, that wouldn't be great. But in a team, I mean, almost everything in this game is going to be kind of team oriented, right? How about I give it a 0.3 because well, how about I give it a little more than 0.3, like a 0.4. Sure. %30 increased maxed HP and 30% increased healing received with the skill Indomitable Spirit. I'm ranking it a 0.4. Next skill is called Protect. 10-meter range, intercept attacks that strike your friendly nearby targets. Intercept them. Can I see a video of this? I would like to see that. Oh, is this the video?
Yep, just deploy it.
Oh, that is awesome.
Okay, Protect skill.
So this process takes a few minutes. You're gonna have to basically wait and defend your caravan while you're transitioning to raft, but riding on the water has its benefits.
I love this. Now, you can still target the dock, right? And part of this transition process is, again, the risk that you're introducing for the reward of having greater flexibility in movement through the land. And that risk is basically you're a sitting duck here.
1558.
Yeah, basically. Like I said, you can't escape, and you can undo this process, but the amount of time you've already sunk in.
Brown bears up here. That's concerning.
Let's hitch a left here.
Okay. And so what we're going to do down here. So what are we about to
Oh,
do?
is that it? Right there? Was that it?
We need an alternate path to reach Marilith.
Right there. Was that it? What is the what's the skill look like again? It's like a yellowy color. Oh, but look at that. That's kind of, let me zoom in way far. Okay, see, this is kind of looking like a bunch of shields. Here's a shield, here's a shield, here's a shield, here. It's just a bunch of shields like connected by a circle. That looks just, it's different color, but I think this is it right there. I think that's the thing.
Because
And
the
so I think he cast it on
path by
himself.
road is
But
a bit
what was in a moment here? What was this?
obstructed. Some of the bridges have not
In a
been
moment.
developed yet.
There, no. They did it again. Wait. That's the same person. They did it again. Okay, well that tells me the cooldown. Keep playing. Oh, okay. Yeah, there. That line is connected to him. So that happened afterwards. I'm not sure what that line is. I'm pretty sure that shield thing is the skill we're talking about. What was that cooldown? It was pretty quick.
We need an alternate path to reach
Okay, so right there, Envious Tin Giant at minute 15 and 4 seconds.
Maryland.
Now he's going to
Because the
redo it in a
path
moment.
by road is a bit obstructed. Some of the bridges have not been developed yet. So
There was. So like add takeaways. So we can do this like every 7 seconds. So every 7 seconds, intercept attacks that strike your friendly nearby target. Then what is this line? Redirecting half the damage taken to you. If this range is exceeded more than buff icons, active buff, timed distance buff. Even this picture here doesn't show the guy with the shields around him. It shows the tank with just this line. Is that line actually the protect skill? What was his very first skill? What was it called? Absorption field. Could that be the thing with the shields I saw? Fortify. Could this be the thing with the shields around it? Does this tell me how long it doesn't tell me a cooldown of 7 seconds. Must be within 10 meters to protect. If this range is exceeded for more than 5 seconds, the effect ends. Okay. Well, we're doing protect. And the URL is right here. And the description, add that to our spreadsheet. Copy. Did I do it right? Paste. Yes. The effect. ends, plural. I don't know how much it protects my ally. So that's part of my problem with rating this. I don't know how long it lasts. Well, let me watch that. Let me watch that again. That does tell me how long it lasts. I can watch it disappear, but I still don't know how often you can
Yep, just deploy it.
recast.
Oh, that is awesome.
Is it just infinite? Look, these two guys have it. Yeah, see, they're
So this
they're
process
buddies.
takes a
Now
few
they're
minutes.
too far away.
You're gonna have to
But
basically wait and defend your caravan.
is that still under
while,
10 meters?
You're transitioning draft, but riding on the water has its benefits.
I love this. Now, you can still target the dock, right? And part of this transition
Okay, so it's
process
unlimited
is,
duration.
again,
As long as you stay up against each other. As long as you're close. Unlimited duration is a strike your intercept attacks. Oh, shoot. Now I wonder what would happen if you use this ability to protect someone, like your healer, probably use this on your healer, and then you also have them behind this Aegis wall that also transfers 50% of their damage. Is that going to mean that you're going to do 50 plus 50, 100% damage? Or does that mean you're going to do 50 plus 50 times that half? $75. Thought it was. So maybe that only gives your healer, if you're protecting them, maybe that only gives them 75% damage resistance. Or it transfers 75% of their damage. So it probably calculates your healer's damage resistance first. Then it tries to do that much damage, but first it gives you the 75% damage that they would take. So they get 25% of the regular amount of damage that they would take from that attack. Yeah, half the damage, unlimited duration if you stay close to each other. It's really good. You can only do one target. You only protect one person, but that's pretty good. .6. Protect. Let's look at reflect. Reflect. It's like Thornmail. You brace for the next hit, doubling your block mitigation rating. The first incoming attack within the next 3 seconds is reflected back to the attacker, dealing damage plus additional damage based on the amount of damage taken. Let me read that again. You brace for the next hit, doubling your block mitigation. The first incoming attack within the next 3 seconds is reflected, dealing damage plus additional damage based on the amount of damage taken, up to a maximum total. Okay. Generates 200% additional threat. Oh. Nice. Reflect. So it gives hate. Are we calling that hate now? I'd rather call it threat, to be honest. Hate. How much is that worth? 0.5, was it? 0.15. There we go. 0.15. Yeah, but it's double. It generates threat. Nice, but generates double threat. No, okay. It generates threat. Should right here, it should still be worth 1.5, but I might give it like I'll give it like an additional 0.05 because it doubles the threat, because it has a thing to it. The first, it reflects damage. Oh, does that mean you don't actually get hit by the damage too? Or do you get hit and you reflect? No, a reflection should mean not an absorption and a copy. It's just it's a bounce. But you only get 3 seconds. Oh, what if you can reflect like if someone tries to stun you? Like, can you reflect the stun and that causes them to stun themselves? If it did that, wow. The first attack is reflected back. Maybe only the attack, the damage portion of the attack, not the statuses of the attack. Okay, well, because this is the tank class, it doesn't matter that much that you didn't get hit by one thing. So this isn't worth that much to me. But if I could reflect a stun, if someone shoots a fireball and I can reflect the burning status along with the damage of the fireball, that would be really cool. That'd be really cool. I'm gonna make a note about that. Say, can this reflect status effect? I'm gonna give it a 3.5 here. Oh, and that's gonna make it a 5 total. That seems too good for it. Sorry, it just does. 4.5 then. Reflect. Rush of courage. You feel a surge of resolve and you gain 100 courage. Like, cool, you can just immediately max out your resource, but I don't have enough information here. How often can you use this? This isn't going to be letting me use it whenever I want, is it? Is this going to have like a 5-minute cooldown? Surely it's going to have more than a 30-second cooldown. Would it have a 1-second cooldown? I mean, a 1-minute cooldown? Like, the ability is cool. The ability is definitely useful. You use this, you get 100 courage, then use the other ability that just immediately gives you 40% mitigation. Awesome. But like, I'm gonna give this a 0.15. I often give 0.15s to things about the unique resource of that class, or like the basic ability that's part of that class. You need to, where did I, grit was one earlier. Grit, what I gave that a 2 because it seemed pretty good. I wanted to give it a 0.15. Maybe I should give this a 2 as well. Maybe just the tank's special resource is a more valuable special resource than the other classes. Nope, we're leaving it at 0.15. I'll change it later if I need to. Happy to change it later. I'm going to look at them again. I'm going to think about things again and just... Shake it off. It's an instant cast tank skill. The skill activates to instantly restore 50% of all damage taken in the last 4 seconds. Always heals for at least 10% of your max HP. Oh, it's like a... It's like a oh shit button. That's an oh shit button. That's what that is. That's like a after the oh shit happens that you press this button and... Four seconds. It heals you for 10% of your HP at least. And it might heal you for 50%. Somewhere between 10 and 50%. You get 4 seconds to take damage, and that seems fair. 4 seconds seems okay. So .35 heals you. Is that a... That's not a status effect. Heal is just a heal. Like, templated AoE heals will heal any NPC. In non-combat players cannot heal enemy mobs. Fighters may have debuffs that can reduce healing on target. Okay, 0.35 for Shake It Off. Then we got Shield Assault. And they said this is like a lesser hate generating attack. It like you generate you generate some hate with this, but the other ability, the inciting strikes, deals a little more hate. SHIEL shield. Assault. Wow, long description. 10-second cooldown. It requires a shield. 7-meter range. Wait, that's all? Let's watch it.
So now let me see what happens when I use my shield rush with this. Nice. Ooh, that felt good. Very cool.
Yeah, that was faster than I thought it would be. He kind of just flew to the target. I thought he would just run quickly to the target and just smack into him and keep running, and but he like quickly ran into the bashes the target, dealing damage, applying shaken. If target's already suffering, it stuns. It doesn't trip. I mean, the whole shaken thing is supposed to lead into a trip. So why shake them if it's going to lead into a stun? The primary tent is how you engage. It's not like a super far charge, but it's a way to engage and also grab some threat. Well, I should add that to the description then, that it does increase threat, even though it doesn't clearly say that. Bashes shield. Some hate. Derp derp. So status effect, shaken and stun. That's pretty good. Stun's a good one. Stun's a 3-5, and then shaken is a 0-5. Point 4. Nope, not you. 0.4 and this will bash and it'll gap close. It'll bash and gap close. Cause that character in the video got knocked down. That bash knocked him down.
So now let me see what happens when I use my shield rush with this. Nice. Ooh, that felt good. Very cool.
Yeah, that's like, it knocks him down. That's worth like 2 points on its own. I don't know. Maybe it's okay. That's worth like 2 points on its own. That's nice. And it kind of does the gap close. It opens. A 7 seems too high, doesn't it? 6-5. Okay. Shield assault. Now we're working on slam. You know what? Let's get some music. trap, no copyright music, dark heavy bass. Okay, slam URL. Slam your target with immense force, knock them back, applies 10 stagger. What? Deals 500 additional threat. Wow. But what are you talking about? 10 stagger. There's 2 staggers. There's 2 versions of staggers. How do you deal 10 stagger? Maybe it's saying it deals a reduced disable evasion by 25% for 10 seconds. Maybe that's what it's saying. It's a 10-second reduced disable evasion. Okay, so I'm gonna give it the regular stagger, and it increases hate. The regular stagger is a 0.25 and the regular hate is a 0.15. So I got 3, so I got a 0.4. 0.4. And now I need to figure out how much it's worth to slam your target, knocking them back. I like that. It's probably not a huge knockback. Maybe like 5 meters, 3 meters. I don't know if it knocks them down. Maybe it's a 10 meter knockback that you have to do in melee range. But the 10 stagger and the 500% additional threats is like quite a lot. It's like 0.3, 0.35 maybe. I'm gonna go with a 0.3. And the knockback is like a 0.2. So I won't call this a 0.5. Now this is a 0.9 ability. Now it's like, oh my gosh, this is one of the best abilities. Are we sure that this is the correct number? Like, that's one of the peak abilities. I just Okay, then how much should it be worth if it shouldn't be worth 0.9? What should it be worth? Tell me. What is it worth? Is it a 0.75 maybe? Yeah. Yeah, I like that. 0.75. So what made this a 3? Maybe this is 3.5. No. Additional, they call it threat. I call it hate. I mean, they called it hate too. They called it threat and hate and aggro. I wish I would just choose one. But the first way I learned it was hate, so I'm just still calling it hate, even though they're changing it to threat. But look, threat is in bold, and the aggro hate is not in bold. Okay, well, I can change it when they change it. Taunt. So something told me that like taunt isn't really going to be available just a straight up taunt, it's not really going to be available. Humiliated status effect? What's that do? Humiliated, damage dealt reduced by 15% towards target other than the applier of the effect. Taunt URL, copy, paste, copy. Paste, generate threat, and humiliating. Okay, well that's threat is, or humiliating is a 0.3 and threat is a 0.15. 0.15 and then humiliating was a 0.3. So I have a 0.45 from that. That's the most of the ability. Threat equal to your max health. I don't know how good that is. I mean, I think it's very good. I think it's very, very good. I think they took this out of the game. And I think I read something like, this isn't going to be an A2. This might be in the later levels of the character creation. Like maybe when your character gets to like over level 30 or 40 in this game, you might be able to start getting to the actual taunt ability. Like they want to play around with the threat mechanic in A2, and the taunt ability is just like a guaranteed threat. So it kind of eliminates the whole, not guarantee, but it's like, I think this is the best threat thing. Okay, so that's worth something right there. If this is the best threat. 3. Another 7.5. Tomahawk. Okay, I'm just curious. Is Tomahawk, is that like an old world etymology? Etymologies are not definitions. They're explanations of what our words meant and how they sounded 2,000 or 600 years ago. Tomahawk. A tomahawk is a war axe. Hatchet. It's an axe. Throw a tomahawk. Deal damage. Deals 50% more damage to targets hit from the back. Like, even if it does extra damage, like, even if a tank is built as a DPS character, it's still not going to do much damage. Hey, I'm Nand. Welcome.
Get ready for Goodwill Northwest NC's back to school sale from July 19th to August 4th. Enjoy BOGO.
So
Buy one pair, get the second free. No limit.
So how much is throwing a tomahawk worth? Really not much.
From July 19th to August 31st. Just bring your
Us.
ID. Stock up on stylish, affordable
Eh.
toys and essential books. Head to your nearest Goodwill store.
0.2.
and Save big.
I just don't see it being useful. I mean,
Gather your besties.
I just don't.
Watching time with TDS Fiber Internet and TV. Every night is premiere night. From belly laughing sitcoms to edge of your seat thrillers, TDS brings you closer to those who matter most. Be it friends, family, or
Like, tanks don't do damage. Why are you giving a tank a damage ability anyways? It's just, it's cool to have, like, what do you call it? It's cool to have multiple abilities to choose from, but this ranks low on my list. Trimming bellow.
I hate speed. I hate the adrenaline rush. I hate having friends around. But most of all, I hate how much I love it.
It releases a thundering shout in the forward cone, applying staggered on enemies, also stomps, dealing damage around the caster, and tripping. Affected by the... Wait. Okay, there's two components. It's got a shout, and if you use it again, oh. You'll see the ground kick up. That's like the earthquake elements of it, and that does damage. If your target is snared, then it will knock enemies down, which is our trip effect. Oh, we got a video? I messed that up. Reopen that link.
Well as Tremoring Bellow. And Tremoring Bellow applies a status condition that can be promoted if there is an existing status condition on the target. So it looks like I can create the shaken condition, and then I can trip shaken targets with the Tremoring Bellow. Is that correct?
It's actually a snare. So if you use that on a snared target, so there's two components to that ability. It's got a shout component, which is a forward cone, and then it's all as you can kind of see there, that shock wave that flew out, and it kind of extends past
That isn't
the
much
second
range at all.
element of that, which is a PBOE around Steven. If you use that ability again, you'll see kind of like the ground kick up, and that's like the earthquake element of it. And that does damage, and that does what Stephen was alluding to, where if your target is snared, then it will knock enemies down, which is our trip effect. And one thing I forgot to mention on the shield assault abilities, it does apply a snare, so you've got a little bit of pincer hit synergy going on there. It's a pretty satisfying combo to like charge in and then knock them down with the stop.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. And then also after that, we have another ability. Brian, talk to me a little bit about Grit and its purpose.
Yeah, Grit is some of your bread and butter.
So the forward cone is tiny. How can you even call it a cone? It's tiny. You're not gonna hit but one enemy or two if they're right on top of each other. Like, I wish they gave this thing more area of effect. Also stomps the ground, dealing damage around the caster and trip. Okay, unpack it. Release a thundering shout, applying staggered. So it does apply staggered. Applies staggered. Also, it stomps the ground, dealing damage around the caster and tripping enemies infected. If your target is snared, it'll knock them down. So can I not use that second part of the ability? Like the first press of that ability will do the thundering shout and apply staggered. But it's like if I end up staggering a enemy that is snared, it unlocks the ability to use the ability again, like right after the first time, and that second proc will trip the enemies. It doesn't actually snare them, it just knows that they are snare and enables the tripping on the second proc. So the enemies will be tripped and staggered. They'll definitely be tripped, but maybe they'll definitely be staggered, but maybe they'll be tripped if something else snared them. So yeah, it doesn't just do the tripped. It does the And what staggered? There's two different kinds of staggers in this game. Oh, they have to change that. They have got to change that. Well, both my staggers are 0.25, but then my tripped is a 0.3, but it only really applies to shaking people, and it's a 5. So tripping enemies affected by this. I'm watching the video again. I want to make sure I understood it.
As Tremoring Bellow. And Tremoring Bellow applies a status condition that can be promoted if there is an existing status condition on the target. So it looks like I can create the shaken condition, and then I can trip shaken targets with the Tremoring Bellow. Is that correct?
It's actually a snare. So if you use that on a snared target, so there's two components to that ability. It's got a shout component, which is a forward cone, and then it's all, as you can kind of see there, that shock wave that flew out, and it kind of extends past the second element of that, which is a PBOE around Steven. If you use that ability again, you'll see kind of like the ground kick up, and that's like the earthquake element of it. And that does damage, and that does what Steven was alluding to, where if your target is snared, then it will knock enemies down, which is our trip effect. And one thing I forgot to mention.
They said if enemies snared, then it trips. And this says if they're snared, then they're tripped. Okay. What does this say? Tremoring Bellow releases a thundering shout and a forward cone, applying staggered, also stomps the ground and trips enemies that are snared. So this applies stagger. It does apply the stagger. And if they're snared, it'll trip them. So it can trip, but it's not like going to trip unless something else trips them. Tripped is worth a lot. I don't think I want to give it the full amount of my tripped. Stunned is worth a lot. Tripped is worth 3, but I still don't want to give it I'm gonna give it half of that. I'm gonna give it 0.25 plus 0.15, which is 0.4. And this, it says it does damage, but I don't care about the damage from a tank class. I think it's super negligible. That's what I think. So happy to be proven wrong. I just think this is the correct way for now. All right. That was trimming bellow. And then the wall. I like the wall. I don't love the artwork, but I love the wall. That red thing isn't just attractive to me. What even is it? Summon a glorious wall. The target location that obstructs the movement and blocks projectiles. Tanks may in future be able to combine their walls in a way that snaps to other walls. Previously suggested this will require 8 tanks using their summon wall abilities together. Great, it doesn't tell me the cooldown. Maybe I'll see it in this video. This is the fight, isn't it?
I did a little dive bomb on Keenan.
Oh, that's not what I want. Show me this.
And the first one here is, of course, our YouTube Spotlight. And if you would like to be spotlighted for our YouTube Spotlight, all you have to do is subscribe to us over on YouTube. Make sure that your subscription shows publicly. It's a little weird thing.
Oh, that's not what I want either. Podcast from 2018. Sold.
Awesome. Okay. So, Steven, let me ask you this.
Oh, Yeah, walls are nice. I think the wall is worth like a 0.35. And if it has a decent cooldown, it could be worth more.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable centipedes going into your washing machine.
But the walls aren't that big. How long does it take to run around the wall? 2 seconds. I'm losing packets. Oh, you talking about like my upload rate? Like it's scratchy when I upload? Okay, I'll look into it. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I'll make a little note.
Safe drivers save more with Allstate. Just like they know. That's the mating call of a blue-footed booby. And not a green-footed booby. Yeah, some people know that. And they know if you're a safe driver, you can save up to 40% with Allstate. Ain't that something?
Let's do a 3.5 though for the wall. Lag? Okay, thank you. I checked it right before this stream and it was telling me that I had a 0-second lag. I had a 0-second delay. That's what they say, delay.
Sunshine, Fairy Burst, or Tornado Twist Sparked Energy. A revitalizing burst of caffeine, vitamins, and minerals. A medium sparked energy is $3.
Well, that's all the tank skills. What else do we have? That's the tank skills. Let's review the tank skills then. Let's just pretty quickly, let's go ahead and review the tank skills. I actually want to review I want to review a couple things. I want to review the mage and not the fighter, just the mage and the ranger. I haven't reviewed the ranger since I first initially did it. And the tank, we'll just do the tank for now. I can do all that later. So absorption field, I gave the tank absorption field a 0.25. This one was, I wasn't exactly sure what this absorption field does. Like, I wonder if does it only protect the tank? Does it have, is it a 30-meter range bubble where the middle is the tank? And then a 15-meter radius out from every direction makes that 30-meter range bubble that everyone can stand around? Because if that was the case, I would use the bubble over the wall because it looks cool. Because you can just get inside of it and be safe. But I don't think they're trying to make two abilities like the wall and the absorption tank like that. So I don't know what the 30-meter range is. Then I had the idea that maybe this ability would allow you to cast like a force field on yourself or an ally. Maybe that's what it's trying to say. That would make sense for the 30-meter range, that you could cast it on an ally 30 meters away. So I gave it a 0.25. That's what happened. Next is the Aegis. I gave this a 1. Yeah, we're gonna review this. This is the highest thing I've rated. I said this is amazing. Instantly dispels all negative effects on the caster. Then creates the protective dome behind the tank for 15 seconds, transferring 50% of all damage received by targets within the area to the tank instead. All targets within the cone also receive increased status effect resistance for the duration. And that dome doesn't actually get created behind the tank. It actually gets created in front of the tank. It instantly dispels all effects on the caster. So anything negative on the tank. And then the healer has like a dispel ability where they can get rid of 3 negative effects on an ally. And I gave that, I think, a 0.5. So some of this big rating of a whole 1 point is coming from me giving the dispel ability on a caster. I mean, on the healer. 0.5. Transfers 50% of all damage from all the targets behind the tank. That's awesome. Super awesome. So it lasts for 15 seconds too. How much uptime can you have with this? Does it tell me the cooldown? 20-second cool. No way. So I can keep this up 75% of the time? Wow. I still just don't want to give something a full 1 point. So that's my whole reason. I'm just going to change it because I feel like nothing should deserve the full 1 point. Like that should be like the unobtainable, like you wish you were that good. But in fairness, if I'm decreasing that, I really should decrease the ability for the cleric too. See, Purify removes up to 3 dispellable buffs from any ally. Oh, I gave it a 4. I already decreased that, didn't I? I decreased that earlier today. It was a 5, wasn't it? Where am I? Okay, that was Aegis. And then for Ancestral Bolas, I gave it a 0.8. All enemies within are snared and build hate. Enemies entering or exiting will be tripped. All enemies are snared, and if you enter or exit, you will be tripped. Wow. And then it builds some hate too. So it was mostly just the status effects. And then I gave it a 0.15 because you can throw it really far. It does an AoE. Yeah, I wish I knew more about this ability too. A 8 is also a lot. I hope it's worth that. Charge. Charge forward. Enemies you collide with become staggered. Press again to cancel. Okay, and I gave that a 0.4. Fortify, I gave a 5.5. Consume all your courage. Is that the only thing? That's the only skill I have to consume my courage. Other things give courage, but this is the only one that consumes it. So the tank doesn't have any other ability to spend their courage on. And then there's the grapple, where you hook an enemy and you pull them to the caster and it tapers off the snare. I gave a 0.4 to this. The snare it tapers off. So instead of giving it the full amount for the snare, I gave it half. Huh. A 4 might be too much. Lower that a little bit. Grit, reduce incoming damage by 15, also reduces movement speed and outgoing damage. Each incoming hit consumes courage to reduce damage by an additional 15%. So, that's a potential 30% damage reduction right there. All damage reduction, like all damage, not just mitigation, like full damage reduction. Yeah, but it's got those negatives. I'll just leave that. I'll leave that. Yeah. All right, inciting strike. Oh, so wait, does this mean you only need 1 courage to be able to get that extra 15% damage reduction? It does, don't it? What's the uptime on this? What's like the cost on this? 1 second cooldown? It doesn't cost anything? Wait, it doesn't cost anything? No, I don't. I'm gonna buff this. 0.2. Man. Can I put 0.225? That's where I am with this. Okay, inciting strikes. Slashes twice in a forward cone, dealing additional hate. 0.25. Indomitable spirit. I gave a 0.4. Protect. I gave a 0.6.
That's the mating call of a blue-footed booby. And not a green-footed booby. Yeah, some people know that. And they know if you're a safe driver, you can save up to 40% with Allstate. Ain't that something?
Based on the national average premium savings for Allstate customers with a driving record versus those without. Savings vary by state and based on how you buy. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance.
Reflect. I want to know if it can reflect the status effect, but I gave it a 0.45. But if it can reflect status effects, I'll should increase it. Rush of Courage just gives you immediate 100 courage. I give it a 0.15. Shake It Off activates to instantly restore half your damage taken past 4 seconds. Also heals you for at least 10% health. 0.35. Because you're not always going to be able to get the best use out of this ability. Only under certain circumstances will you be able to get all of the benefits from this ability. That one might need to be changed. Shield Assault bashes your target with your shield, applies Shaken, generates some hate. Yeah, okay, 0.65. So this only has the potential of damaging or bashing or shaking one enemy. It shouldn't be that good. And if the target's already suffering, stun them. See, the stun, I gave the full value of the stun here. But this isn't a guaranteed stun. This is like a maybe stun. Shaken and stun. I need to find my stun here. 3.5 for the stun and 0.05 for the shaken. And it generates hate. Let's put this at 2. But I'm gonna take away 1 here. Less points from stun. Because the stun is not reliable. Then we have the slam. Slam your target with force, knock him back, applies 10 stagger. Don't really know what that means, but deal 500% additional hate. This is a lot of additional hate and all, but stagger and hate, 0.25 plus 0.15. Maybe this is a 0.75. I'm gonna leave it. Maybe that is a really pretty good one. And the taunt, that might be even more than 7.5. Taunts are powerful, no doubt about it. And I know it's like weird that this is generating threat because my max health, but I think this is going to be like the most effective way to really get your attention. This ability skill specifically. I don't really have respect for the tomahawk. Like, they're just throwing in a random tomahawk skill. Like, nothing else in the tank category had stuff to do with tomahawks or had stuff to do with like Indians and Like, who else uses tomahawks? Okay, and then we have trimming bellow. Releases shout, applies staggered stomps, and trips affected by snare. I give it a 4/5. Yeah, but it's small. It's a small AoE. I want to nerf it. Just because it's such a small AoE, I don't think it makes sense to have such a large score. I mean, if I treated this as a single target ability, it still might have a 4. Just to be able to shut down one target. But I have to get in melee range, and they have to have the correct procs on them before I get up to them. Stomp the caster and tripping enemies affected by snared. Okay, but can the tank apply snared? Let me see. Snare, snare, snare. Here's the snare, grapple. Snare, here's a snare, the bola. Here's this, no, that's ranger. Stomps the ground. Tripped is a 0.3. Staggered is a 0.25. Yeah, but it doesn't guarantee a trip. It doesn't guarantee a trip. So maybe we should do 0.15 plus 0.25, which is a 4, which is worth a 4, isn't it? Okay. I'm leaving it. And then there's wall. That's a 0.3. So the best ones are taunt, which we're not going to get at the beginning of A2, I think. Slam. Reflect. Protect. Where is Grit? Grit's the one that'll actually spend your courage, so you need that one. Grapple's interesting, even though it's a 0.35, but here's Fortify at a 5/5, so get that one. Here's Ancestral Boas with a 0.8. Get that one. I almost gave that a... No, I almost gave Aegis a 0.1. Aegis is 9/5, so definitely use that one. Hey, kitty. Hey, girl. Mwah. Hey, girl. Who's a good girl? All right. Should I go over the caravan components? Grant passive and active skills to a caravan. I don't think I'm gonna worry about that at all. I'm not worried about that. Caravan components. What is? Oh, go back. Allows to turn into traverse and what is this? Do you assign skills to your caravan? Components. Constructed from components. Modify caravan stats and grant passive and active abilities. How do you use an active ability of a caravan? Cat, you're making me feel warmer. Thank you. You're warming me up. Aw, kisses. Aw, kisses. Caravan components obtained from crafters have stats according to the skill of the artisan. Current stats, skills, passives.
Doesn't the North Carolina
Exactly. So there'll be different variants of each of the components. With the wheels, for example, would have variants that will excel perhaps at off-road over on-road and vice versa. And so right now we have caravans that are set up more for the on-road portion, but
So you can make
we will
a.
travel faster over roads,
Oh.
but that obviously comes with the increased risk of running into other players.
Oh, you can take your caravan off road. I kind of just assumed your caravan had to be on the road, to be honest. I thought that's just how you did it.
Some people just know safe drivers save more.
But you don't have to go on the road.
Like they know.
Although it does make you move faster.
Mating call of a blue-footed booby. And not a green-footed booby. Yeah, some people know that. And they know if you're a safe driver, you can save up to 40% with Allstate.
So are they actually planning the tree density in this game around how much of a caravan can fit through there?
When you use Bounce dryer sheets and your clothes look amazing, it's the sheet. Less static in your life? Yeah, it's the sheet. Smelling fresher than ever? It's the sheet. Oh, so soft fabric? Ooh la la. It's the sheet. Less wrinkles on your clothes? You know it's the sheet. Bounce dryer sheets. More freshness, more softness. Less static, less wrinkles. It's the sheet.
What's this? Utility skills. What's this? Utility skills. Tank. May be able to combine their walls in a way that snaps to other tank walls. I think that's going to be neat when we can have multiple people casting the same ability to make that like a super ability. Like not just the same ability, like a different version of the ability, and this requires teamwork. That's going to be really cool. I don't think I've seen that in other games. Group summons. Maybe activated by players combining certain archetype abilities while in the same group. Multiple summoners can combine their powers to summon a larger golem. Classes in the same group or raid. Oh, so you can't just do it with a random, ally. They have to be in your group. That's a bummer. That is definitely a drawback. The target of the group summon becomes the summon itself. Kit Kat, are you having fun? Are you having fun? Hey. Kitty. Meow. 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 Summoners collaborate Yep. Yep, tanks. Using their summon wall ability. Utility skill, typically non-combatant. Utilities deal with hazards in the world. It's not a free-form ability. Oh, that's a little lame. You can't just parkour and climb all over the things. You can only do it in certain situations. There will be a grappling hooks skill. And by grappling hook, you mean we could just go web slinging like Spider-Man, I guess? Like we just throw the grappling hook and we climb the wall. We can do parkour with the grappling hook. Rogues may have a spyglass. Okay. I don't see that getting a whole lot of use. Well, how seriously do we take scouting in this game? I mean, if you want to do a scout, that might be great. That would be great. That will be great for scouts. Yeah. List of utility skills. What's a family summon? A long duration cast, 30-minute cooldown that summons your family members. Players cannot be summoned in the following cases during combat, or if they have things in their inventory. Tell me more. What is a family member? Is that different than a guild member? Related up to 9 characters. Marriage increases family size. This size increase only applies if the family's head is married. A character may only have one family at a time. I can get a family? I can have a family in this game? What? That's gonna be hard. Like, how am I gonna find people that I trust enough to be my family? I mean, it's like being guild members is one thing, but family, what are the... Do they have requirements? Is there certain things they have to do to maintain their family member status? Other costs are specific to the family head. Freeholds are intended to work with the system. Not a core pillar of the game. What are the core pillars of the game? I'll check that out too. Characters will have a first name and an optional surname. Character names are unique per server realm. Character name changes are possible during server merges. Character names appear on the sheet, an option on the character. What is that? Character website page? There is no planned in-game functionality to leave personal notes regarding player characters. We don't plan to have in-game tools to provide that tracking. In-game, a character's name is displayed above their head. Character website. Character sheet. Marriage. Okay. Here we go. Also, can we just take a moment to appreciate, like, this is the clothes that that Ashes of Creation is saying this is like the traditional marriage uniform, I guess. It's pretty though. That male costume looks like, I mean, I could see a woman wearing this nowadays. I could see a woman wearing this 500 years ago. But I don't see a male wearing this nowadays, and very few males would really honestly be wearing this 500 years ago as well. It's kind of like a pirate costume. There's a marriage mechanic. Marriage increases family size by 1 to allow player housing permissions to be shared. The size increase only applies if the family's head is married. A NPC may offer quests related to the marriage ceremony. Marriage unlocks different activities not available to characters unmarried. Oh. Certain node quests. Wow, interesting. Impacts on social. I'm excited to see what they do with this. I really am. I don't know if I'll ever get married, because like, if I get married, it's probably forever. You probably can't get a divorce. Like, or if you get a divorce, you can only do it every 6 months or something.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with new Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser. Mr. Clean.
Jake from State Farm.
Kit Kat, you got a cute face. Did you know that when they make anime characters, when they draw the faces of people in anime, the design for that face, it actually comes from cats, because Japanese anime artists have this theory that the cutest face that anyone can ever make is the face of a cat. That's the peak cuteness face. Doesn't get cuter than the face of a cat. So they try and make these human faces in animes look a bit like a cat.
Tylenol provides pain relief for the champion in us all. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand of pain relief and fever reduction. This summer, when greatness hurts, Tylenol will be there with care to help you keep chasing it. That's Tylenol.
Player housing storage. Chests or furniture. Players must obtain and place storage containers in their own house. Different grades have different inventory capacity. There are restrictions. Access permissions can be set to allow others to access a player's personal devices. That's risque. Personal storage chests may be set to permit access by family or guild members. It would be cool to have a guild chest. It would be cool if my guild just assigned me family members. Just said, guess what? You're gonna do life together now. Corrupt players are not able to utilize storage. Wait, what? If you're corrupt, you just can't use your inventory chest? Wow. That's a harsh punishment. Players are prohibited from moving goods out of depositories within a node following a seed declaration. What does that mean? Prohibited from moving good out of within a node following a seed. Oh, you can't just realize you're under siege and then say, okay, time to move my stuff just to keep it safe. Like, if you have your stuff stored at a certain place and then you start getting sieged, then if you lose the siege, you might lose your stuff. I think that's why they do it, and it's like incentive to want to protect your stuff. Wait, can they just loot 100% of your stuff in your lootable chests? Surely it's not 100%. You gotta keep like... You gotta have like some protection. Kind of like how there's some protection when you lose your stuff in the wilderness. If you get killed out in the wild, you don't just lose all your stuff. You have some protections in place. Household security. Why would you? Permission system enabling tenant grants access to specific parts. I hope we can just have a guild crafting station, like just a house for the entire guild that just has all the crafting stuff. Because I don't want to make it super complicated. I don't want to have to spend half an hour hunting for a crafting station every time I need to do it. NPC guards that permanently exist are not planned on a freehold. Okay, so you can duel people. You can duel each other without flagging. I didn't realize. So you can just duel your friend for fun and no one gets flagged. Cool. Yeah, I didn't realize that. That's pretty helpful to know. What's this one? Design pillars. The design of Ashes adheres to 5 main pillars. Engaging and immersive story. So immersion's like, I wonder if these are in order too. Like number 1, engaging and immersive story. That's like the most important thing for Ashes of Creation to accomplish. What is player interaction and player agency? risk versus reward. In designing, we heard 5 pillars. Even in the environment, everything you as a player do will tie to these pillars. While everything your guild does, everything your server does, will ultimately keep the world fresh, ever-changing, and exciting. A medieval fantasy setting. This is a world where choice is consequential. Choice is following as a result, where a world where choice is having significant consequences. Okay. Monsters roam and grow. Civilization disrupts. Gone are the days of static worlds. Change is here to stay. The World of Origins. That was the code name for Ashes? They're hoping for over 1 million users at launch. That's doable. That's very doable. I mean, not for me as a personal person if I wanted to make a game, but for Ashes of Creation with what they've done so far and how things are going. A couple years from now, when launch is prepared, 1 million people is totally realistic. Referred to by the developers as a theme box or Sam Park game. A reactive player-driven world accompanied by curated content. Oh, they specifically say where they got their inspiration from. That's cool. I want to know. Trying to figure out who did what best and take inspiration from it. Move the genre forward, keep things updated. EVE Online with its regionalized economy. ArcAge with its building, transportation, and naval. Never played Star Wars. I never played any of these games. I might have played Lineage 2 for a couple hours. Not a typical end game. Instead, max level characters engaged with many loops that open up based on how the world progresses. I still don't know what that means. It's kind of hard to imagine. I mean, I've never played a game like this. I don't know about the religions. We could learn about that. Skills and augments. I could do augments. I do need to get augments on my spreadsheet. Points of interest, Underrealm, wait, we have an Undersea. So the Undersea is confirmed. I was hoping for some kind of underwater thing. Reactive world, classes, economy, nodes, player interaction. Here's where it says player interaction, and then there's player agency. So I can close these tabs since they're about to tell me what that means. Player interaction is the game systems and mechanics that foster player interaction, like the dungeons, raids, combat, guild stuff, group stuff, Parlor games? Oh, like you'll just have like I would play those parlor games. I mean, they don't even have to be good. I would play that. You can just have like a rock, paper, scissors game. I'll love it. Player agent CR systems that grow and shape player experiences.
You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/.
History. Economy nodes. Conflict narrative. Narrative? Are there any mechanics or systems you want to add to the game you haven't because you want to share your development schedules? There's a lot. That's a good question. All right. I need to use the bathroom.
Going to Carowinds this summer has hit a new high note. The all-new Carowinds Summer Music Fest, amplified by Coke Studio, free with general park admission. Live performances from Flo Rida, Blanco Brown, and more. Enjoy rides, live music, and refreshing ice-cold Coca-Cola, your perfect combo. Thrill, chill, and refresh on select Fridays and Saturdays in July and August. Carowinds Summer Music Fest. More info at carowinds.com.
Okay. So the religions. The others with certain will allow darker forms. The others. Lord Forge was telling me about the 7. That's like the main gods or whatever in this game. The original creators of the 10 gods, the ancients created the 10 gods and the others. There are primary. So there was 10 gods, but 3 of them got banished, so now there's like 7 gods. Is that the story? What's this? This isn't teaching me anything. What is the point of this video?
That's fine. Yep.
The ancients learned from the others how to use the essence to achieve immortality. So wait, the ancients, even though they were born before the others are the ones that figured out immortality. Man, this is interesting. I'm not going to do this right now. I'm not doing that now. The underwater. Underwater content accessible, not cumbersome. Use abilities while in water. Breath limit swimming. Hey. I just read on the wiki earlier today that breath does not limit swimming. I mean, that stamina does not limit swimming. Right. So there's a breath mechanic. Okay. There's just a breath mechanic. I didn't realize. Navigational instruments. Aquatic mounts? You can just go hunting for aquatic mounts, but you need a Navy ship or something? What? Mount hunting. Treasure through fishing. So sometimes when you fish up like a boot or a treasure chest and not just like a fish. Oh, okay. The underwater content requires underwater breathing. Food? Oh, that would suck. That'd be unfortunate if maybe there's just an onshore place, but it's still underground. It's like a place to breathe underwater, naturally breathe, and that's where you respawn to. Aquatics are tier A. Aquatic mounts are good. Good place to start. Slower on land. Oh. There we go. Underwater dungeons. Show me this. There's no sound. So here's an underwater dungeon. Island node? Like baby islands though, or just those like 2 or 3 big islands that we can see on the map? Okay. Was this engaging and immersive story? Can I see it if I do full screen? Yeah. Topics that reflect the past and the present of Vera. Augments. I'm surprised I never actually started a bookmark tab for this game. Hunt skills are self buffs. Marks are debuffs for the ranger. Oh, what? Summoner secondary can summon weapons? That sounds fun. That's like a special thing. I want to check out Summoner. I do. Because I know they have something to do with zombies. I just want to figure out what kind of zombie stuff Summoners can do. Hopefully it's something satisfying. I might like this healer first, but then zombie sec. But then I'm still curious what the Summoner first and then Cleric secondary would look like and act like. But going into A2, Summoner isn't available. So I'll choose Healer. I'll choose Cleric. And then maybe later in A2, Summoner gets available. and then I can just make some into the secondary. And that'll just be what I do during A2. Because I don't think they'll do full character wipes, right? I think they'll set us back a couple weeks sometimes. But I don't think they're just gonna make us start from level 1 with 0 gear all over again. I could be wrong. Racial augments? Okay. Ashes has an array of progression paths offering augments to the active skills. Stop doing that. Here, what's this say? That's so tiny. Steven says weapons aren't class restricted. Also, the ranger sub. Also, the ranger sub augmented a few skills and gave them some ranged elements. Clicking all these links, man. Active skills is probably going to bring me something about passive skills, character. Page character skills itself. I looked at skills. I looked at tank skills earlier. And there's nothing more here. Skill augments. I should probably look at that. UI and combat. Let's check out combat and skill augments. Okay. So these are augments, and so are these. This is the same page as that. Combat, social org, religious, augment, racial aug, progression, active skill, character page, character sheet, active skills. The maximum number of skills can have will be 15 to 20. Where's my... There we go. What do I have open? Steam? Let's close Steam. Shutting down. Oh, I want to try throwing in Liberty. So... What am I doing? I'm just putting notes here, I guess. I should probably just put that on the skills or what? Okay, let me grab the borders, all the borders. Just let me see the lines, and I'll make it a little bit thicker too. If I made it this, what is that? Oh. Borders. I know, I kind of dig that. Let's try this. Notes. A character can have up to 20 buffs. And 15 to 20 buffs at a time, and 15 to 20 active skills. Where did I read that? Is that not right here? They want the maximum numbers of skills right here. The maximum numbers of skills on the action bar will be around 15 to 20. Each archetype will have 30 to 40 to choose from. There will be an option to include multiple action bars on a player's UI. Okay, for example, one fighter will be different from another based on what active skills they have chosen. Yep. So some people can just have a couple of active skills and that's their entire character. And some people can have all 20 active skills and that's their character. So 3 might be a good number, but you should be able to get away with 2. I think that's how it reads. 1 might still be too little, but so you don't necessarily need to have 3, 4, 5. That means maybe, but he didn't say 2. He didn't say you don't necessarily, it needs 2. So maybe that means you necessarily do need 2 bars. When did he say that? Because they've changed how many are on the bar. This is last year, February. We'll see. I'm not going to write that down. Players are given skills as they level up. There's no spell book requiring memorization. Huh? What do you mean? There will be multiple hotbars that you obviously have available with consumables on them and active skills and whatnot, but the number are not going to overwhelm the character and be irrelevant. If you say so. I mean, sometimes just 1 can overwhelm me. So I don't know how you're gonna just not have me be overwhelmed. Primary skills are based on the archetype. I'm under active skills. So we got primary skills, class augments, skill points. The respiration for combat is for abilities to have corresponding counterplay. The goal is to have special animations for parry, block, and evade. Crowd control abilities include root, snare, stun, sleep, and slow. But what about that tank ability that just said it knocked back the enemy? That's certainly a crowd control to physically move the enemy, right? Mezzing. CC/mezzing. Okay, let me look that up. What does the word mezzing mean? I don't know. Yeah, what the hell is to memorize? CC/memorize skills? That doesn't make sense. That's Urban Dictionary. We're not going there. Okay, I'm curious. What does Urban Dictionary say? More mid than mid. Bang at. Alright, yeah, we're not going there. What the hell is that talking about? Urban Dictionary's always been a joke, but it's just gotten worse over time. Mezzanine. A low-ceilinged story between two main stories of a building. This isn't the word I looked up. Does it not exist? Define mezzing. Meze, a style of dining, Mediterranean and Middle East. Okay, I'm confused, and it's not clear to me what the answer is. So, do not apply to green players. Melee archetypes have various mobility and CC counters. Steven says there's also going to be effects. Just stun them out. I've read this, haven't I? Combat targeting, hybrid combat, tab and action combat, hitboxes.
Bring that upbeat vibe with new Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. Turn the fun up to 11 with a
Aw, so like a small character isn't gonna have like a technical advantage.
A medium Sparked Energy is $3 only in the Dunkin' app. Now through July 31st. Drop by and get sparked by Dunkin'. Sparked Energy drinks are fruit flavored, contain 0% fruit juice. Beverages contain caffeine from caffeine and guarana. Participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your fourth line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see totalwireless.com.
Now we're going to learn about the character page.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cash.
If I think that there's any notes we're taking, I'm going to put them on here.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the
In my notes section.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn.
Steven says we don't have plans we don't plan to have in-game tools to provide that tracking. Instead, you're expected to track that yourself. Character sheet is available closer to live launch, not A2 launch. That will show what the character looks like, the character achievements, and server first. Ooh. Info on the player's class. I want to do server first. Characters backstory via journal entries. Journal entries. What's a journal entry? Traits can be applied. You could rotate your crops with a phone app. Wait, that's the kind of game this is? Maybe fishing? Is it gonna be fun? But how do you get yourself to the fishing place? Maybe you're only allowed to like fish in a little pond in your backyard. Or if you park your character right at a fishing place, you can do it then maybe, or... In the economic node, a player can run a kiosk. That's really interesting. I didn't know there were player stalls. I didn't know you could have a... Can you like actually man the stall? Like you actually have like people come to your stall and you actually have to talk with people so that they can say what they want to buy or not? No, probably not. You probably just put things inside of a little store, like a web page store, like not a web, but web. Yeah, it's the internet, but it's in game. Player stalls. Like how different are player stalls from guild stalls? Or just local where everyone goes to sell everything kind of stalls. Mayor, not interested. Taxes. Forget to pay your taxes. Other games. Node citizenship? Huh? Notification of node huh? Player housing allows the ability to claim citizenship. Not automatic. Why would you want to be a citizen? What's the advantage of being a citizen versus just being a person that happens to be there? I don't think I'm interested in that. Player housing. Guild leadership tools, such as calendar notifications. Character creator. Oh, it's gonna allow a sculpting thing? Like, okay. In-game character. What character allows players to define the look of their... Oh, not just yourself, but your other people? Okay. And potentially creatures. What? You can sculpt your creature? You can sculpt the perfect snores? The Ashes of Creation character creators is developed and is not metahuman.
Oh my god. Hold on, let me go back to the beginning. And let's see what it could have been. Hold on. Let me see. Quick.
What it could have been. What do you mean?
You know, just what? Hold on. Let me bring this all in tune. We gotta get the hair into there we go. Alright, let's take a look at our options. Now the length. Oh wow, look at that.
I like the length.
That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Oh, okay. That's a lot of hair. It's really heavy on the hair front.
Do the sculpting.
That too.
Yeah.
Is that the sculpting? Yeah. Yeah, up at the top of the page, top right, it says sculpt.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, what were we talking about, Clayton? No negative results?
Yeah, that's
You show me the sculpt again. Now you're blending.
blend. Oh no, actually the sculpt. And let me adjust the eyes.
So you like pick the place and then you like you pulled it all the way out. What happens if it'll be less severe if you just drag it closer to the middle? If you drag it out to the far end, it's more severe.
Yeah, that's
What
right.
we're talking about.
So yeah, that is one of our.
Character naming, appearance. We just did the sculpting. What's more appearancey than that? In-game salons and barbers. You can change your character a bit. I wonder if you can like change their face, or if you can only really change their hair at the salons and barbers. Maybe you can make them fatter and skinnier, or like put Botox in them, get a facelift, or like. But you probably can't change the bones, right? Oh, is this gonna show me? Check out those horns. That's not what I would imagine a horn to have looked like. That's more horn-like, but still kind of looks like wood. Doesn't look like ivory or other horn materials. Doesn't look like calcium. Looks like tree. Oh, a beard creator. This is what we're getting in 2 weeks.
You can pick 2 different colors, and then it'll pretty much every hair color uses the accent and the fill.
2 more
differently,
weeks.
But usually the fill is the root color, and the accent is the tip color. And you can adjust the gradient, both the softness of the gradient and the offset of the gradient to
White
really
hair.
blend those
I
colors
might do
however
that.
you want across the
I might
entire
make a
face.
zombie character. Can I make their skin green?
Accent filler. I'm gonna throw a little bit of white in there. Uh-oh, that's a lot of white.
Bit of salt and pepper.
A little salt and pepper. Ooh, look at that gradient too.
I like the highlighting though. It looks cool.
Yeah, and we can control that through sort of different UV manipulation and get that salt and peppery mix in there.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special.
Skinny muscles.
That's great.
Crotch slider. You can change your crotch bulge.
So I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
Kevin.
Oh, what is this?
Steve.
What is that? What is this? Is it,
You
okay.
wanted full customization.
That's been a question that the community has asked for some time, actually, whether or not we're going to have certain sliders. I guess this is a little showcase of what's to come in the future with
What's to
using
come in the
manipulate
future? So you're
aspects
still
of
working
the
on it. Okay.
character,
So it's gonna be better than this in 2 weeks.
Crotch. I don't know about the name Crotch.
Come on, do it. Let me see it.
That could be Grat's selection.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Grat and Kobe and Tim worked on the UI side of this for.
I want the
our character
crotch.
creator, and that was it's.
You
that
could be even more
definitely seems
detailed.
to me like the Grat selection.
Let me see you move it.
But yeah,
I
no,
like that he went nice. Nice.
Thrillers, TDS brings you closer to those who matter most. Be it friends, family, or the
Okay, you can change the color. Base skin color.
money-back guarantee and no contract. Let the good times roll at tdstelecom.com/binge. Internet speeds are up to and not guaranteed. Subject to availability. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Oh, each vertex should be
Okay, so these are, like,
transformed if that bone is
real-
also transformed. So
real
whenever the
colors.
bone and the arm moves, all the
You can't just
vertices
make it
that
any
are,
color.
skinned or weighted to that bone will move the same way that that bone does in a proportion to the weight.
Okay. All right. Next, character sheets. We'll get them later. Well, I should probably put this kind of information in my spreadsheet somewhere. That all says physical offense, weapons, armor augments, offense. Attributes. And how do we do this? Primaries. Constitution. STRENGT8th. DXTERITY. Min. Primaries. Oh, this is the wrong place. No, it isn't. Just let me put one more row above. There we go. Critical power. So that's like how much percentage the damage does when it does crit. Why don't you just call it crit damage? That's what most people call it. Why do you gotta change it? Just call it crit damage. Everyone else calls it crit damage. Physical. Penetration, same thing. Physical accuracy. Why is there a number 3 there? Is there a transparency thing with this menu? It's causing that 3 to be there. What's this? Physical accuracy. Yeah. Disable accuracy. Okay, I finally saw something that else is called disable. What is that status? I never figured out. It was one of the staggered Reduces disable evasion. Magical power. Do you think it's the same stats, but just with the word magical in front of it? Magical critical power. And then instead of attack speed, is it casting speed? Or like channeling speed? Magical penetration. Magical archery. Accuracy. Magical disable accuracy. I'm not sure what that is. So Kalar. That's a kind of human, I think. Spot for musical instruments. Do I need to? Nope, I can just exit that too. Progression. Progression occurs through a variety of pathways. The objective is to provide vertical and horizontal progression. Different progression pathways are designed to suit different play styles, which means you have to spread between. And most of us would, whereas blah 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 blah. Huh. So don't we have like a limited amount of skill points, so the way that we progress decides our build? Like we can't just have every node. We can't just achieve every node. We need to, like, even when our character's at max level and max skill points, then we still don't have enough to like invest into all the different bonuses. We have to be choosy with the way we want to define our character. Is that true? Repetition would not be part of progression. Oh man. Leveling. Level scaling. Class progression. Gear progression. Pet progression. Progression, huh? Monster coin progression. Aren't they getting rid of that? Leveling won't follow a traditional linear path, although classic mechanics exist. What do you mean? The act of going out and adventuring and combat is the most tactile and moment-to-moment type of gameplay. And I think at every step of the way, it should be fun. Sure. Alpha 1 iteration of the level up effect. Okay, let's look at the level up effect.
All-new Carowin Summer Music Fest, amplified by Coke Studio, free with general park admission. Live performances from Brett Young, Carly Pierce, Brantley Gilbert, Lauren Helena, Russell Dickerson, and more. Enjoy
It's satisfying.
and refreshing ice-cold Coca-Cola. Your perfect combo.
That does fill me with a sense of accomplishment.
in July and August. Carowin Summer Music Fest.
Don't you feel so, like, good to see that happen?
Is an easy and tasty way to fuel your active life. It's the pasta you love with a good source of protein. Barilla Protein Plus pasta. The pasta
Players will have the option to rush their vertical progression or build infrastructure for... Okay, tell me about horizontal progression and vertical progression. Let's see. Nope. Okay, yeah. Vertical is emphasis on strengthening equipment rather than applying the equipment differently or using alt gear or abilities to succeed. But then horizontal offers elements that actively cater to individual strategy building. Yeah, it's hard to tell the difference for me. So the vertical climb is leveling and gearing, but the horizontal makes players think outside. So this gives you more abilities, more items, more systems. The vertical progression mechanics presented by Blizzard's WoW presented players with a popular lower barrier to entry than the horizontal. New MMOs are resurrecting horizontal, so maybe I've never played a horizontal progression, or I mean, I haven't played EverQuest. What's a really good example of horizontal? This outlook tackles the issue of obsolete equipment. Does it? It reduces the gear grind. Oh, does it? Horizontal progression reduces the gear grind. Newer titles like Guild Wars 2 have reduced the modern errors in game gear grind. I don't. Best modern day MMORPG game. Horizontal progression. Horizontal progression is a gameplay mechanic that involves taking existing elements and making them better or introducing them to a new market. Some MMORPGs that focus on horizontal include Fractured Online and PSO2 New Genesis. Does ESO have horizontal? For me, it's the clicking, constant clicking. What game? No one's answering his question. Close that. Thanks for the explanation. Kind of think I might like what? Okay, not just my numbers get bigger. Okay, so like you have to travel around the world to get your points. That's considered horizontal progression? I didn't know something that simple was horizontal progression. You can experience by exploring and crafting and stuff. Okay. What's a ZVZ game? Best horizontal ever was Ultima Online. Ultima Online. Well, how about Ronin Liberties? That just released and I want to play that. Horizontal progression. Here we go. This was from 9 months ago, but it says, or treadmill. I know how gearing works and such with how you acquire an upgrade alongside similarity or something. Just I want to read all that. How to min-max your gear progression. Ultimate guide. What is horizontal? I give up. Let's get back to Ashes of Creation. So exit that, and then we have progression, experience, characters' levels visible to other players. Some levels may offer more rewards than others. There will not be level boosts or auto leveling, AFK leveling. Okay, there won't be any damage dampening due to differences in levels. Oh, really? So a level 50 player is like way stronger than a level 1 player? I mean, that makes sense. It's just sometimes the level 1 player is just as strong as the level 50, just like... It's hard to explain. Endgame. Ashes will not have a typical endgame. Instead, max levels will have many gameplay loops, and the world progresses over time. The level cap at launch is expected to be 50. I don't think it's going to be 50 on Alpha 2. On release, developers anticipate max levels should be attainable in a month and a half. Alright, developers estimate players will reach level cap before a quarter of nodes reach village. Oh, okay, Alpha 2 expects progression to 30. Previously stated 35. They said in December 23 they expect Alpha 2 to go to level 30. Well, that says March 31st, 2023. What was this other? 20. Oh, okay. That's the most recent. Level 30, huh? That's worth writing down.
Let's say your small business has a problem. Like maybe one of your doggy daycare customers had an accident. You might say something like,
Doggone it.
Hi, Chihuahua.
Holy schnauzers.
but if you need someone who can actually help, just say,
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And get help filing a claim.
Lower level characters will have usefulness in mass combat. So it's just siege weapons. Oh, okay.
Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your
Grinding. Repetition will not be part of progression. No grindy quests. Do not be repetitive quests through a single dungeon. But I don't mind that. I mean, if there's a dungeon, I probably want to do it over and over again.
all know that our credit card numbers can be stolen, but you know it's harder to steal? Your face. With Apple Pay.
Do they give me different quest lines, or do they just give me the quest once and then they just stop giving it to me?
And tap. With each tap, your card number and your purchases stay secured. Paid
There will not be AFK leveling.
This payment is accepted.
Tutorials will be in place for Alpha 2. Cool. What kind of tutorials? What kind of tutorials? We do intend to have, and this is for entrance criteria of A2, a trigger response when players engage with certain systems for the first time, or when they are entering a certain area for the first time, or entering a node for the first time, that they will be able to be prompted with information about how they should go about first time stuff. That's going to obviously help orient players. Yeah, okay. Level scaling. Levels will not be scaled to allow low level players to participate in encounters with higher level players. Will world bosses scale? They will not. Class progression. Players receive skill points as they level. These are used to level up skills within their skill tree. It will not be possible to max all skills in a skill tree. A player must choose a secondary may choose a secondary when they reach 25. The combination of primary and secondary is a class. So a class isn't just a primary. A class is a secondary plus a primary. Oh, the secondary gives no additional skills. I don't get new skills. I just get changed old skills. I can just change my old augments. I gotta learn more about augments. I'm on the way. You know, that's one of my tabs, is to learn about augments and to try and figure out if I can do any like math stuff on the skill sheet about augments. Class progression does not relate to a player's artisan. Doesn't relate? Artisan is like all the crafting stuff, right? What is artisan? Artisan is gathering, processing, and crafting. Artisan is a worker in a skilled trade, especially one that involves making things by hand. Whoa. A necromancer is a cleric summoner? Oh, so I have to be evil to do the zombie thing? I want to be good and do the zombie. I could be neutral. I just wasn't wanting to be evil. I have to be evil to do the zombie thing? Summoners summon different variety of summons depending on the class and augments. Classes with cleric as a secondary. Let's just go back. Okay, so what is a cleric plus a summoner? That's a shaman. And so what's a shaman do? Restore enhanced debilitation. Oh, I'm buffing and debuffing and some heals too. Healing and offensive? Oh, really? Classes with Summoner Secondary. They grant augmented skills that summon weapons. Augmented skills. Okay. These summoned weapons are not... Well, why would you want a weapon that you can't use? The word equip only applies to items. Okay, so they might just change the damage type instead. There are summoned weapons that appear as a spell effect to damage opponents. Okay, it's not a weapon you use, but the weapon is like floating in the air, attacking the opponent on its own. And you call that a shaman? You think shamans should be able to summon weapons that float in the air? But you define a shaman as restore, enhance, debilitate with... I don't think they know quite what they're doing with the shaman yet. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. I made this picture of a cute zombie holding a sigil and blocking a fireball, because I didn't know what a sigil would actually look like. The sigils in Ashes of Creation will be used for, instead of a shield from a tank, because a shield would be good against physical attacks, the sigils are good against magical attacks.
Maybe throw in a couple rolls of that wallpaper I like.
One project at a time.
Download the Instacart app to shop the Home Depot and get free delivery on your first 3 orders. Minimum $10.
It looks like they're holding a book.
Get ready for Goodwill Northwest NC's.
They're mostly all holding books.
To August 4th, enjoy BOGO on jeans. Buy one pair, get the second free. No limit per customer. Plus, educators get 50% off all books from July 19th to August 31st. Just bring your educator ID. Stock up on stylish, affordable jeans and essential books. Head to your nearest Goodwill store and save big.
That word may mean jean shorts to you, but to us it's an idea that's long on American ingenuity. The same kind that goes into every can of Dale's Pale Ale and Dale's Light Lager. So in honor of the first
What else we got? I don't know. I could look at these archetypes later. They don't have any unique spells yet in here, do they? High Priest, what should I look at? They don't have any special spells in here just for High Priests, do they? Class abilities based on a player's archetype. Outside of class specific skills, there are universal skills such as block and dodge. Why is that a skill? That's like another thing. I don't think that's a skill. It's not like something that you put on your hotbar. What do you mean active dodging? Dodge rolling. A universal stamina system that all archetypes share. The skill points in the universal stamina system will share with their archetype active ability and passive ability skill points. Oh, okay. We don't get unique skills for the universal system. Universal skill progressions intended to provide synergy. Skill points can be used to unlock skills, expense of unlocking class specific skills. Yeah, we already covered that. Active blocking, dodging, passive skills. Passive skills will augment the weapons, the armors, the health, the passive stats. Passive skills enable players to work towards mastery of a weapon. So these are ability. Okay, goodbye. And now I'm on the progression thing. I think I'm pretty finished with this too. Gear progression. Well, okay, weapons have their own progression paths. Weapon combo system determines special effects that proc based on weapon progression. Dual wielded weapons will have its own progression. So weapon proficiency is not a planned feature. I thought I just saw something on the other page that said something along the lines that made me think weapon proficiency was a planned feature. Enchanting is not an artisan profession in its own right. Scribes create scrolls that can be utilized by different professions. Okay, so making the scroll is an artisan thing, but using the scroll anyone can do. I wonder, another question for AI. What artisan profession is most fitting for a zombie? In the world of Minecraft, you just named a lot, but I want you to choose one. Well, armor, butcher, cartographer, cleric, farmer, fisher, fletcher. I don't want none of those. What was that? Why am I back at the main page? Artisan progression. What are all of the artisan things? Yes, but what are all of them? No. All right, we have gathering, and we have processing, and we have crafting. We have crafting. It's not doing nothing. And we have crafting. Am I already on the crafting page? Here we go. Okay, these are crafting. What happens if I... these. Or I close the crafting and I open the character equipment screen. Why am I here? I open the gathering and scroll down to fishing, herbalism, hunting, lumberjacking, and mining are the gathering. The gathering are the fishing, the herbalism, the hunting, the lumberjacking, and mining. Or go back, or the processing, the alchemy, and these are the processing, the following: alchemy, animal husbandry, cooking, farming, lumber mills, woodwork, stonemasonry, tanning, weaving. Okay. In a fictional world where zombies can have professions, one might consider the following. Right, of course, but zombies are slow, methodical, which could be well suited to the repetitive nature of farming. Okay? Mining is the relentless nature of zombies could make them effective miners, able to tirelessly extract resources. Farming, mining, lumberjacking, farming. Oh, there's lumber milling. Well, what if I do like lumber milling and lumberjacking? What else we got? Lumber milling, lumberjacking, carpentry. Do all the wood stuff.
Ray-Ban Meta Smart Glasses help you make the most out of every moment.
It's furniture making.
Text Naeem. Got us a table. This spot looks legit. Hey Meta, look and translate this for me. It says
Quality furniture is crafted in game.
take a photo.
I don't know.
Meta Smart Glasses. Learn
I wonder,
capture content hands-free.
like,
So you can stay in the moment. Iconic
I gotta try them all, at least.
Ray-Ban Meta Smart Glasses.
Weaponsmithing.
Binge watching time with TDS Fiber Internet and TV. Every night is premiere night.
I was a cook in an MMO RPG before, and I really enjoyed that. I had cooking, and I did alchemy. I sold like consumables. That was my whole thing. It's like consumables. Give them the consumables.
That word may mean jean shorts to you, but to us it's an idea that's long on American ingenuity. The same kind that goes into every can of
And then scribing, that's a consumable.
So in honor of the first brave soul to haphazardly hack the legs off their
Jewel cutting, not really a consumable, you know? Arcane engineering, I gotta say, I'm so curious about what that is. I still don't know what that is. Is a gathering. What do we have here? Do I have to like choose one from each profession? I don't have to choose one from every profession, do I? Herbalism and hunting and fishing, and I mean, all of this is consumables, to be honest. It's just a different kind of consumable. It's like the others are like stuff that people put in their mouth. Well, this one's a consumable for your weapon. It's something you make and then they consume it to use it to get a benefit to their personal health. Maybe fishing. That could go with cooking. I want to like the fishing, but I just hunting sounds pretty annoying unless I'm using a ranged character. Maybe it's not so bad if I'm using a healer as my main character. They said some of the offensive of stuff with them will be okay, but like if the animal's gonna run away, I need to be able to do a big hit all of a sudden. Just take them down immediately. I don't know that the healer can do that. Lumberjacking doesn't sound hard because I think it's going to be easier to find a tree than it is going to be to find a herb. Mining. Maybe I should also think about what things my personal character needs. I could take care of this later. I need to focus more on just making the ability rotation happen. So you can be a novice of everything. Okay. After that, you'll only be able to be apprentice of 5 things. Novice of everything, apprentice of 5, journey of 4, master in 3, grand in 2. So I need to pick 5 things from there, and I can narrow it down. But 5 things I want to do. And what's the difference in having things that are in gathering versus, like, is there a benefit to do 5 things that are all gathering? Is there a benefit to like really like focus on the gathering stuff? This is a fantasy game, though. I mean, I've always wanted to be an inventor. Crafting is like an inventing thing. I'm so interested in this arcane engineering. What is that? Is there any crafting profession that would increase my damage or my healing or my health or my defense? Do I get any benefits like that at all from any of the artisans? Huh. Okay, close that. What else did I just close on accident? Racial augments. Augments. Oh, I will type the progression thing I just learned. Racial augs based on character's race. Oh, and I thought why do I remember that racial stuff isn't gonna affect your stats at all? It's like, why do I think that racial stuff is lore and just physically what your character looks like, and that's all there is to it? These apply to abilities on character's primary archetype. Stats can be accrued, improved gears and tattoos. Other enhancements. Artisan profession does not affect a player's stats. Okay, good to know. That is good to know. I had just asked if that was true or not. It was stated race seeds a player's base stats, then the primary archetype grows it. Yeah, but these are all 5 years ago plus. Character benefits are tied to background rather than their race. When did he post this? He posted that after February 2023, so this is newer. So this is probably more trustworthy. Intrepid Studios was making this post. So the character's background is more important than their race. Background. Where do we choose our background? Is that just while we make our character? But there it says again, racial augments. That says 2017. There will be racial skills and augments available each class. Yes, racials will have different aesthetics. Racial skills, what? 2020, right? This is...
But go back to the Q&A here. We do have a question from Yushi, who wants to know about racial abilities. Will any of your race or class choices affect your artisan skills?
That is something that is still up in the air a little bit. We haven't touched too heavily on the racial ability side of things. It is entirely possible that it might. The concern there, though, would be that we want equitability across race types with at least the benefits that, not the benefit types, but at least that you're having some benefits, so that when we talk about, like, a crafter being pigeonholed into a specific type of race that might not align with what they want to do elsewhere, they aren't forced to do that because of a specific racial ability that only that race has access to. So, one thing we've talked about in the past is replacing the racial abilities with more of a background style where
She said replace the racial abilities with the like a character background, and that the character background would, I guess, maybe play into probably the artisanship stuff, but maybe not, which is like the horizontal progression, but not like the linear progression, like not directly related to character stats. And then the race itself would be aesthetic.
you get to select your background regardless of race, and so those two aren't tied intrinsically, but instead it's like, I'm an orphan who was raised in the temple, therefore I have this racial trait, right? Right, exactly. I think that's probably the direction that we're going to go in. But yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
Shop them now before they're gone.
And then we've got Halcyon Days, who wants to know about the threat meters. Will there be a threat meter of any kind, such as a tank-only ability or aura within a certain range?
Well, I know that this is a highly contentious topic.
There's DPS meter, tank.
Okay. So racial augments, not a thing. I'm not even gonna write it down. I don't feel like Steven said that with confidence. I feel like Steven just said that because that's something they've been talking about recently and they haven't seriously decided what direction they're going. Religious augments though. Religious augments are top tier achievements within a religion. So you have to really have some skin in the game before the religious religious zealots give you that augment. Based on the character, the choices the character make. Well, if I want to do a necromancer, which I'm interested in trying out, then I have to be evil so I can get the zombies. So I have to be an evil person in this game so I can play the characters I want. Can we just not call me evil? Can we just say I decided to go with the dark side instead of the light side? Like, don't call me evil. Just call me like a dark inclined person. There are player progression paths within the religion. Players may only follow one religion at a time. Cool. I like that. Religious progression based on quests. Steven says religious systems do have community ranks involved that is tied to a religious progression system. Social augments. Social orgs unlock up to 3 to 4 augments based on where the org is a patron of their node, meaning it contributes the most amount of work from its members, or a player progression within that org. Okay. Social org progression achieved through accomplishing stuff with social orgs. Yeah, obviously. Some progression is static. Okay, more competitive achievements will be seasonal. There are social org. What is a social org progression? What even is that? There are hierarchical paths. So this is like politics, right? This is like if you want to be a scumbag and try to control people. I mean, that's why people get in politics, isn't it? Some progression static, but more competitive achievements will be seasonal. There's hierarchical paths pertaining to specific quest lines. These quests will either be co-op. Wait, what? These quests are co-op with adversarial with or adversarial against other nodes based on their mutual war status. For example, a Thieves Guild may have... Is there going to be a Thieves Guild? Oh, a Thieves Guild is a social organization? Oh, so there might be like a Thieves Guild and a Assassin's Guild and a Merchants Guild and a Adventurers Guild and a Caravan Guild and a... Huh. Progression with the social org offers different rewards, titles, special shops. Interesting. Abilities that are usable during node sieges. 3 to 4 augments. Social orgs offer special cosmetics. Patron orgs are social orgs. Social orgs have a role in artisan progression. So just because I'm in a social organization doesn't mean I have to talk to people or influence them. Okay. Combat in Ashes is focused on strategy. Okay. Okay, combat. This is a long page. I want to make ability rotations. And in order to do that, I have graded the skills. So I'll make skill rotations. So I've graded the skills. I've graded the status effect because that affects the skills, some of them. And yeah, I'm curious what I'll find out when I look into combat. Maybe I'll figure out things I didn't know before, like the weapon combo stuff. Maybe I'll get some more information about the weapon combo. Hope there's enough information.
Going to Carowinds this summer has hit a new high note. The all-new Carowinds Summer Music Fest, amplified by Coke Studio, free with general park admission. Live performances from Flo Rida, Blanco Brown, and more. Enjoy rides, live music, and refreshing ice-cold Coca-Cola, your perfect combo. Thrill, chill, and refresh on select Fridays and Saturdays in July and August. Carowinds Summer Music Fest. More info at carowinds.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car really needs a wash.
The $20 Meguiar's bundle includes Gold Class Car Wash
Hmm.
for showroom shine.
And what about my tires?
Just spray the included Hot Shine tire coating and you're all set.
The inside is not great.
No problem. The quick interior detailer in the bundle can help with that too. Restrictions apply.
We can have up to 20 abilities. We can have up to 20 active skills. Like, that's like how many active skills we actually have. What are we on? So Ranger? Okay, how many Ranger skills are there? 92.
Internet speeds are up to and not guaranteed. Subject to availability. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
To 68. 92 minus 68. 24 abilities. There's 24 Ranger abilities. So I can take almost all of them, really. But do I need to take all of them? Do I want to take all of them? It's possible that Although 3 might be plenty, 2 might be good enough. 2 might be all that's necessary, and then 3, 4, 5 hot bars is more than necessary, Steven said. So how many things can go in a hot bar? Let's start with the minimum and add from there, maybe? Does that make sense? Or should I just start with the maximum? I think I should start with the minimum because I know I have to figure out the whole weapon combo thing. And I think the weapon combos are going to be pretty strong. Not gonna be. We told you once, twice. Don't need to have all those bars. But some people like that. Well, maybe we'll just start with 3 bars then. That's like the happy medium. Just say 3 hot bars of skills should be the happy medium. So start with that many skills. Okay, well, if we can have up to 5 hot bars, and that means we can have up to 20 active skills. Is our food on our bar a skill? Is our potion on our bar a skill? Is our fishing rod on our bar a skill? Let's see YouTube. Let me look at the latest dev stream and tube.com. Latest dev stream, just see what they're doing on their hot bars then.
And leave a comment.
Authoritative state of the world that it kind of.
Oh, they weren't really doing hot bars today. There was one.
So that it can
Yeesh.
then replicate down to the proxy.
These hot bars are growing. So he's got like
We
2
have
over
what
here,
we
2
call
over
a
here, and
cross-server event or an inter-server event that's done through what's normally known as an RPC or remote procedure call, which allows pretty much just for this.
If someone is cutting them down, bulk comes through.
And doing the distributed server load like we're doing, this allows us then to kind of reduce that problem area, but it's still
layer or a new shard. This is like typically that case. But as we talked about earlier, one of our goals is we don't want to do layer.
there. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm assuming 6, but nothing's there. 7, 8, 9, 10. I think that one's just a special different whatever. That one's an outlier. What did I say? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, why would I need... Why? If the maximum is 20, why would I have the possibility to equip 40 or 50? How many do I see here? So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, I mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That's how many they use. So combat's animation driven to ensure it's impactful and responsive. Visual effects, sound effects are an important part of selling the weight and immersion in combat. Camera effects like screen shake and radio blur are used to sell a lot of the weight without being too over the top. A revamped combat system. Alpha 1 combat was focused on functionality rather than balance. Alpha 2 combat will include archetypes. Oh, will it? Like, for sure. Okay. Oh, really? Significant ability support. Augment split. What? Split body combat? What is that? Weapon attacks? That's not new. But I want to look at it, but isn't that probably on here somewhere? 1 second. Many additional items, among other things. Devs will be testing whether or not to use global cooldowns on certain abilities. Game isn't focused around cover-based combat mechanics. Hybrid combat targets skills to play cleaving, indirect, time to kill, nameplates, mobility abilities, animation canceling. I want to read that part. There's the weapon combo system. I think I could just. I don't think I need to open up a new web page for this right now. I think I can just read this one page and get a whole lot of information. Revamped combat. Steven says, I might be on a rampart behind a wall that could be destroyed removing my cover, but not like a Gears of War something where I slide up to a rock or the corner of a wall or something. Combat revamp. What? Let me see. Oh, okay. Being able to move and attack at the same time. Hey, Fane, welcome. So this split body thing really just means you can move and attack at the same time. I guess that's new. The goal is to give more agency to the player. The current hybrid tab. So they did the revamp as of July 23. Global cooldowns are not currently in the game, but they said that they will be testing the global cooldown on a few abilities during Alpha 2. Instant cast abilities are referred to as off global cooldown. The revamped combat system will feature the split body animation where the character's upper body can be locked. Oh, that's why it's called split body. The upper body is doing the attacks, but the bottom part of the body is still able to be mobile. Alpha 2 combat will include archetypes, ability support, augments. Yeah, I wish I knew more about the augments. The split body combat, the weapon attacks, which includes the weapon combo system. I wish I knew more about that. Many items and more. Changes that allow the templated abilities to apply to 3D positions in the air or water previously prototyped. Changes to allow templated. Huh. Okay. Hybrid combat refers to the choice between tab and action combat. Okay, a toggle. Default Z is the toggle. Allows the player to switch between action and tab combat. See it.
So I have here now a reticle on my screen. So we've switched from tab target mode, which is a point and click with the cursor or using tab to cycle targets based on proximity priority, right? And into this reticle based mode, which now you can see the targeting plate in the top is slightly grayed out. And we do that to demonstrate that that is a soft lock target versus a hard lock target.
Wait.
So
Do it again.
I have
What are you talking
here
about, Steven?
now a reticle on my screen.
You have a reticle. Where? Just right here? Just your normal in the middle of your screen reticle?
We've switched from tab target mode, which is a point and click with the cursor or using tab to cycle targets based on proximity priority, right? And into this.
Oh yeah, okay. So when you're hovering over the enemy, it turns red. That's all you're. Did I miss it? Was it more than that? We're talking about the difference between tab and action. Why are we talking about the red cursor?
Slightly grayed out. And we do that to demonstrate that that is a soft lock target versus a hard lock target.
So if you're hard locked and you look away from the target, I'm guessing that the middle, what do you call it? Middle cursor, middle aim thing will still remain to be red. All right. That doesn't quite help me build a skill rotation, but it's good to know. In the future, the user will have the ability to choose from different reticle appearances. Targeted skills require a soft or a hard lock. Soft locking is when the reticle moves over a target. Hard lock is when the player uses right mouse on a soft locked target in action mode, or when the player selects a valid target in tab mode. Unlike soft locking, if the target moves out of the reticle, the target is not lost. Tab will still cycle between hard lock targets in action mode based on proximity. And templated skills, templated and targeted versions of skills. Cool. Different characteristics and different ranks of the same skill can change the skill from tab to action or vice versa. Variables will change based on which version is chosen. Really? Okay, so the skill doesn't do the same stuff depending on whether you're no, hold on. Different ranks. Which version? So when it says the version of the skill, I think it's just talking about the ranks. That isn't clear to me. Hard crowd control may be housed in action-oriented skills because they are skill shots that are more difficult to land. Softer crowd control will be housed in targeted abilities. Targeted skills. Sure. The basic attack is a targeted skill for the bow. What about the wand? What about the other ranged stuff? Are they all the ranged basic attacks? Short bow basic. Hitboxes. There may be a single unified hitbox. That's good to write down. So there may be a unified hitbox as opposed to a different size box per character size. Separate hitboxes. Okay, different than Ashes Creation Apocalypse. Directional attacks. There will be directional attacks, back attacks, flanking, frontal, that deal additional damage depending on the positional context of the attack. Okay, so hitting a enemy in their back of their head is like better. Okay. That's good to write down too. That's important. Rogues have more of them, so it's depending on the archetype, the directional attacks. We're gonna expand that. All weapons have a forward attack cone. Oh, we're gonna have pole arms. Pole arms confirmed.
Feel better? That's because CLT Airport is plugging away at our terminal lobby expansion. So find your zen, plan ahead, and follow signage or ask lobby staff for guidance.
Pole arm.
Learn more at cltairport.com.
Show up and run the vibe with Bose SoundLink Max portable speaker. Big stereo sound and deep bass gives the party people the music they can feel. Whether you're at a chill hang or an all-out bash, when you drop your playlist, the party is on. Grab-and-go convenience means it's easy to bring the vibe wherever you are, and it's built to withstand any party spills. All you need to do is press play. Bose SoundLink Max speaker. Start the party at bose.com/Spotify.
Basic attack animations are triggered by the weapon combo system based on the weapon type. Skill animations are generally not impacted by the weapon equipped. Does that imply then that the basic attack animation is different depending on the weapon equipped? If the skills are specifically mentioned as not impacted, perhaps the weapon basic attack is different. Animation canceling will not be a combat mechanic, but you can cancel the channeled abilities. No animation canceling, huh? That's probably going to increase the immersion. Weapon stance is likely. Okay, cleaving's a thing. Sure, indirect fire, skilled indirect or targeted skills. Projectiles may path around obstacles. Yeah, that's so cool. Like with this chain lightning right here. Now that I know that this headshot does that trick as well, I want to increase its value, because I don't think I knew that. I didn't know that. If I go to this page, it doesn't tell me that it's a, what do you call it, indirect fire skill? Maybe it does. I just didn't know what it means. Oh, it says so right here. Headshot. So the arrow doesn't just shoot straight. You can curve the arrow. What happened to my... Is that because of this plus? It was. Cool. So this headshot skill then...
Yeah, headshot. It starts off. So there's ways that you can specialize this that turn it into.
Oh, it does turn.
It was born.
Look how obviously it turned. I knew this then. I totally knew this. I didn't remember this. But that's so obvious. I wouldn't have missed that. Changed my mind. Time to kill in 1v1 PvP is expected to be between 10 and 30 for same level players with equal gear. Previously, it was stated to be around 30 to a minute. Steven mentioned it was like 15 seconds. I remember just putting that in a Discord message right after the dev stream. I would like it to be 30 seconds. 15 is kind of short. The devs don't want one-shots. Oh, really? 0 one-shots in this game. I can't have a one-shot build? A shorter time to kill is expected to help solo players and smaller groups compete with larger groups. Average non-elite mob PvE time to kill for a solo player is intended to be around 6 seconds. Is that worth writing down? That's not worth writing down.
Show up and run the vibe with Bose SoundLink Max portable speaker. Big stereo sound and deep bass gives the party people
Headshot mechanics, there is none.
When you drop your playlist, the party is on.
Gear inspection / threat assessment. Oh, you can see on their nameplate, you can, when you just look at a character, you'll know a certain symbol for each kind of like special gear set that they're wearing. That's really interesting. What are the chances that, like, if you see them before they see you, that you can just change all your clothes into something that would help you better fight against that specific gear set that you see them wearing? You'd probably have to do it one piece at a time, wouldn't you? You couldn't just automatically switch it all. That'd be annoying. Honestly, just for that reason, I probably wouldn't want to do it. I'd just deal with it. But if I could just real quickly do it and it wasn't annoying, I would be interested, at least. Oh, and it'll also tell you what armor class they are. Okay, well, the border will indicate the level and quality of the tier. The border. So like a border around the little icon. Level and quality. Also indicates if it's enchanted, along with does enchantments last forever, or is that like a time limited thing? Two types of enchantments. Gear enchantments. Crafting recipes can be enchanted. Do you have to enchant it before you learn the crafting recipe? Enchanted scrolls and tempering allow gear to be enchanted after crafting. Tempering. Character nameplate. Nameplates are displayed above the head. Nameplates will have first and last name. Icon will identify the character's class. Hovering over will it'll even show you the archetype combo. Oh man, you can see all that information. You can't just like keep that a little bit secret from your enemies and surprise them. Well, hopefully they're not checking every time they see you. It sounds like they have to hover their mouse over you. Players that are not in the same group. will not see the exact health values. A player can progress to C6 or 8s. Is that like one of those universal tree things that allows you to see more of the health bar? Nameplates indicate the player's choice. Padlock will show the secondary art type is not unlocked. Oh, you can hide your name if okay, so only if you're hiding behind something, they can't see your name. I don't know why that impresses me so much, but I like that. I like that little quality of life. I wouldn't have assumed that they would have done it differently, probably. Yeah. UI settings will enable nameplates to be hidden, resized, and customized. Like, you can hide other people's, but by default it's showing the revamped combat system features mobility animations. Weapon weight affects mobility. Oh. Can you change weapons in the middle of combat? Skills with the greatest power require stationary channeling. Ranged archetypes will have gap openers to counter gap closers. Unreal Engine 5 has enabled improved forms of locomotion, such as crouching, tilting, and mantling. Crouching may or may not be in the game. Why wouldn't it be? The ability to prone is not accepted. Moving backwards will not affect block or parry. That's good. So like if you move backwards, you don't just immediately make your character do a 180. You instead kind of strafe backwards if you're in the middle of a block or a parry. Player move speed during combat is balanced. Melee archetypes. All right. Wait, you seriously have to spend a skill point to be able to unlock sprinting? Toggleable walk. Cool. So even though they say that they want us to like play the game, like they're not going to make us hold down the walk button. There's is not going to be any go-to waypoint autopathing mechanics. There's not going to be any autopathing? Any? When did they say that? 2018. Any. I would really appreciate a little bit of autopathing. Like, what if you don't tell me the exact location, but you tell me like a 50 meter area that the target is in. I don't know. I mean, if there's like a big city, I might get lost. I might get confused with all the streets and stuff. I might be trying to go enter into the back of a building when I really need to be entering into a front of a building. Double jumping is a consideration. Oh, for the mount. The mantling was demonstrated. Let's look at that. This is the same
let's take a look at some of the changes with the mantling. We can now jump up these cool obstacles. Oh, it looks like there's been some corruption kind of seeping in here. That's kind of concerning. Just a little bit. But as you can see, the effects of... Oh my god. Okay, let me just dodge these guys real quick so I can get a stupid spot. Get us up here.
Okay. It looks good. The mantling looks good. Collision. There are player and spell. There's spell collision? There's spell collision? Is there spell collision with your allies too? Mounts and players can't stop caravans and other vehicles from moving. Nothing can move or block ships. You know what would be a good question to ask on the forum is about this spell collision. Tell Steven that you understand that he wants player collision and spell collision, but ask him if the collision effects are the same for both allies and enemies, that the collision is affected the same way. Player collision limits the number of individuals affected by AoE. Oh, okay. It forces people to... Okay. So he does intend for player collision to be completely there for your allies. But I was more concerned about the spells anyways. Having your spells connect with your enemies, that sounds cool. But having your spells connect with your allies is definitely a drawback. It's just... Maybe we'll get so specific to where we're going to have formations. I don't know if anyone would actually do it, but that would be cool. Weapon weight refers to how the mass of weapons affect its performance during combat. Light weapons have fewer restrictions on motion, agency, and motion. Mediums exist. Yeah, okay. Active dodging is a universal skill that's unlocked. You have to spend a skill point on that too, really? Some of these universal requirements for skills are... I mean, of course I want that. Like, that's an... Of course I want to be able to dodge. What's this? Just some dodge roll? Oh, amazing. Amazing. Yes! Active blocking, universal skill. Stamina, resource, different equipment, cater. It doesn't tell me like... It doesn't tell me how much better they are at blocking. I need numbers. I'm trying to do math stuff. Let's see. Basic attacks. Wait, Q is the basic attack? or left clicking. Okay. I would think left clicking makes sense, but yeah, Q I'll just assign to something else. Weapons can, unless I want my click to be like my basic skill, my left click to be my basic skill.
That word may mean jean shorts to you, but to us it's an idea that's long on American
Players can select which weapon they wish to use. Any in class, any weapon. Combat animation montage. I've seen nothing about a montage. So if the player, wait, when you have your weapon and base attack, you can blind fire it. And if it's projectile without having to target it. In addition, your reticle and your action camera mode is over a target. It will have a soft target lock. And projectiles will home. Oh. So it doesn't just shoot out randomly and you just have to pray that it hits the right target. If you actually aim at the specific target you want to hit, then your arrow, your projectile really will hit the specific character that you want it to hit. Well, good. And that sounds very nice, by the way. This game's gonna feel so satisfying to play. Using a skill will reset the basic weapon. Hard CCs, soft CCs are in the tag targeted abilities. All archetypes have their own version of crowd control breaks. Anytime, like even when it's off cooldown, use anytime while under a crowd. Maybe anytime, but it can't be off cooldown. So the fighter has like a lot of CC break. Detargeting is the act of removing hate from an enemy. AoE skills have some form of diminishing turns that will be tuned based on testing and player feedback during Alpha 2. Combat. Why is that purple? Players will be able to opt in by checkbox to allow their beneficial spells or non-beneficial AoEs to hit combatants. What do you mean? If you have a checkbox for flagging, then you flag. If you do not have the box checks on completion of this skill, it will not flag you because the check was made. There was a flag member that will receive the effect of the damage if it's a... I don't understand. Player collision limits the number of people affected by AoE. Read that already. We've done this. Animation canceling will not be a combat mechanic. There will be no animation canceling. The use of weapon stances is likely. When was that? 2019? They haven't mentioned weapon stances since 2019. RNG elements pertain to combat related to stats. Action combat is less dependent on RNG. One way to mitigate RNG is by the action system. They will reward skillful play versus strategic play. That's worth putting down. Paste. Balancing game balance is group focused. That's also important. I will also copy that down. Okay. One v1s will have a rock paper scissors. Several factors at play when balancing combat skills. Several factors are at play when balancing combat skills. Balance wide, there's a number of different interactions that you have within an ability that you can adjust in order to balance this power. The most common ones are cooldown, mana, damage, effect status conferred, promotion of that effect status, and range. A1 was focused on combat. Oh wait, no. A1 was focused on core functionality. A2 will begin to focus on balancing once populations and encounters have been put in place. Is encounters like making sure that there's enough animals in the wild, making sure that there's enough plants in the wild and trees in the wild and so on. I think I'll copy that too. So A2 balancing passes aren't coming towards until much later in A2. The 6-4 classes are partitioned into 8 primary archetypes. Balancing of active skills only relates to these 8. There are 4 primary groups of augments. Are there? There are 4 primary groups of augments assigned to each base type. Balancing the augments. Tell me about these 4 augments assigned to each. Okay. I've only done like half of this page. Well, I need to take a break. I need a little break. And then we'll look at these 4 primary groups of augments assigned to each base archetype. No, don't go there. Don't change the webpage I was on. Darn it. It did it anyways. Live stream interview 2018, 2020, 2021, 2021.
Hey, my name is Jared, and this is Matt. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A maple pepper bacon sandwich is that sweet and savory flavor combo. I love the grilled chicken because of how juicy it is. It has that perfect smoked flavor.
And then the crunch of the pickles and the sweet heat that they bring just ties it all together.
And that crispy sweet bacon, it adds so much flavor.
It ties in amazing with the warm, soft bun. You can really taste the sweetness in every bite.
The maple bun is bringing the fun.
Order the maple pepper bacon sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
To take your game to the next level, you need real hydration with potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. Nothing is more real. Body Armor Sports Drink. Grab Body Armor Sports Drink at your local Circle K, where you can score 2 28-ounce bottles for $4 with Inner Circle loyalty at register.
The Summer Berry Starbucks Refreshers beverage is here. The can't get enough of it drink of the summer. A mix of berry flavors, raspberry flavored pearls, vibrant, ice cold, delicious. Here for summer. Order on the app.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And with My Lowe's Rewards, your savings just keep coming. Save money with member-only offers and earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards just for you. Because Lowe's knows you earned it, literally. Learn more about our new loyalty program at lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See lowes.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
Did I hear you're shopping for a car? Because I've been at it for ages. Ugh, such a time suck, right?
Not really. I bought it on Carvana. Super convenient.
Oh, then comes all the financing, research. Am I right?
Well, you can, but I got pre-qualified for a Carvana auto loan in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, but then all the number crunching and terms, right?
Nope. I saw real numbers as I shopped, found my dream car, and got it in a couple of days.
Wait, like you already have it?
Yep.
Oh.
Go to Carvana.com to finance your car the convenient way.
Okay, where were we? We were talking about the four primary groups of augments. Augments. Let me see augments again. It's a progression. Wait, but I'm looking for the primary groups of augments assigned to the base archetype. This doesn't mention a base archetype. A character can have one active augment on an ability at a time. Augments do not cost skill points. Progression system for augments is similar to class progression. What's a class progression? Is that just how you level up your character? A class progression? Okay, so the act of receiving skill points as you level is how you progress your class as you assign those skill points. I have to take a pill. 1 moment.
What is satisfaction? A. Peanuts. B. Caramel. C. Nougat. Or D, milk chocolate? Answer. All the above. Complete satisfaction comes at a Snickers chocolate bar. Snickers candy handles your hunger so you can handle things that don't relate to hunger at all. From midday slumps to just being plain old out of sorts. Maybe you just need a Snickers. Snickers, in stores, pretty much everywhere. Tap the banner to learn more.
Going to Carowinds this summer has hit a new high note. The all-new Carowinds Summer Music Fest, amplified by Coke Studio, free with general park admission. Live performances from Brett Young, Carly Pierce, Brantley Gilbert, Lauren Elena, Russell Dickerson, and more. Enjoy rides, live music, and refreshing ice-cold Coca-Cola, your perfect combo. Thrill, chill, and refresh on select Fridays and Saturdays in July and August. Carowinds Summer Music Fest. More info at carowinds.com.
Well, we got a minute. I'm gonna buy that truck I've been wanting.
Don't you need like weeks to shop for a car?
I don't. Carvana makes it super convenient to find exactly what I want.
Hold up. You're buying a car on your phone? Isn't that more of a laptop thing?
You can shop wherever you want.
I like to do my research, read reviews, compare models. Plus, Carvana has thousands of options. How'd you decide on that truck?
Because I like it.
Oh, that is a great reason.
So
Your car the convenient way.
we're talking about augments. Yeah, but because of the 4 primary groups of augments. I read this whole section earlier today. Is this the 4 primary groups? Probably is. Balancing of active skills only relates to these 8 primary archetypes. Balancing of augments relates to the 4 augment groups. Relates to? Yeah, we're gonna watch some videos then, because I do want to grasp this concept.
Is when you augment your class's abilities, will you be able to choose from multiple augments, or is there only one augment per ability?
So the augment tree is determined by your secondary class choice. Each secondary class choice will have a base minimum of 4 at this time. We'll be testing this, but they have 4 augment choices. So we turn the volume down. I think it reset. There we go. We'll have 4 augment choices. So there's that. There's also a Discord channel if you want to look through those, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm starting to look through those now. This is a question from Vintage. First off, love you guys, plain and simple. We love you too. Question though concerning group content. I know Alpha is not the example to base off of, but the open world doesn't seem suited for group content at all. Or it's easy for groups to rampage through them. Where there'll be large areas where groups will find a challenge, will dungeons have room for multiple groups to get lost in and or contest?
Absolutely, there will be, and I would be careful as we show, because we have such a transparent and open development, I'd be careful to read into anything you're seeing here
So he said there was 4.
How deep is the Trinity integrated into the game balancing?
Oh, who's this?
The
That's
Trinity
Lazy Peon.
So, I mean, we have our.
He gets his own interview.
And the Trinity is a pretty strong influence with regards to the 8 base classes. However, the area in which we actually begin to play with that line between the Trinity is in these secondary classes that you can pick. Oh, I have a mention. Hold on. yeah, is where that's where we begin to blend those spaces and allow people a little bit of influence over their role and whether or not they fit perfectly into a particular category within the Trinity.
Okay.
So, you know, for example, we've said in the past, if you're a tank primary class and your secondary is a mage, and you get all your active skills from your primary. The secondary class allows you to influence those active skills with what we call augments. And augments reflect the identity of the secondary class. So, for example, a mage would have the augment of teleportation. They'd have the augment of elemental magic. And if you, as a tank, had, let's say, a charge attack, a rush, you know, to a target, and after moving X distance, deal X damage and some condition modifier. What the teleportation augment would do is instead of moving X distance, you would teleport immediately to the target. What the elemental damage augment would do from the mage is instead of dealing X damage, you would deal X fire damage, or you would deal X electrical damage. And people have certain resistances and or weaknesses to different types of magic.
Okay.
Wait, but how does that have to do with augments? I'm listening to it again because
How deep is the Trinity integrated into the game balancing?
Augments. That's the word I need to hear.
The Trinity is so. I mean, you know, we have our 8 base archetypes, and the Trinity is a pretty strong influence with regards to the 8 base classes. However, the area in which we actually begin to play with that line between the Trinity is in these secondary classes that you can pick. Oh, I have a mention. Hold on. Yeah, is where that's where we begin to blend those spaces and allow people a little bit of influence over their role and whether or not they fit perfectly into a particular category within the Trinity.
Okay.
So, you know, for example, we've said in the past, if you're a tank primary class and your secondary is a mage, and you get all your active skills from your primary. The secondary class allows you to influence those active skills with what we call augments. And augments reflect the identity of the secondary class. So, for example, a mage would have the augment of teleportation. They'd have the augment of elemental magic. And if you, as a tank, had, let's say, a charge attack, a rush, you know, to a target, and
I think so. I was trying to heal.
All right. I don't know who's left. Identity of the secondary class. So, for example, a mage would have the augment of teleportation. They'd have the augment of elemental magic.
I think it was right before that. Right
had,
before
let's say, perfectly into a particular category within the Trinity.
Okay.
So, you know, for example, we've said in the past, if you're a tank primary class and your secondary is a mage,
okay.
You get all your active skills from your primary. The secondary class allows you to influence those active skills with what we call augments. And augments reflect the identity of the secondary class. So, for example, a mage would have the augment of teleportation. They'd have the augment of elemental
Okay, the
magic.
augment. She said the augments represent the secondary class. The augments represent the secondary class. But if you look on the augment web page, wiki page, it shows you that one of the 4 categories is that secondary archetypes. If the augments represent the secondary class, the secondary archetype, then what are these? Let's see. 21, 20, 18, 7. He mentioned this even earlier. 21. There will be racial skills and augments available to each class. Racial skills and augments. Yes, races will have different aesthetics. But there's racial skills? Is there going to be racial skills? I wonder if they can reconfirm that. Certain secondary archetypes capable of bridging the gap between their counterpart. Certain secondary archetypes are capable of bridging the gap. Oh, just like being a gap closer. That's, you mean like literally physically a gap closer. So it says the 64 classes are partitioned into 8 primary archetypes. I got that. I'm fine with that. Balancing only relates... No, I'm fine with that. Balancing of active skills only relates to these 8 primaries. There. Well, if that's the case, hold on. Balancing. Did I just learn something big here? If the balancing of the active skills only relates to those 8 archetypes, then does that mean that they have very exact repeating mathematical things happening when they merge archetypes? Like this, all archetypes, like every primary class and every secondary class always merges with the same mathematical stuff. Is that a... If the only thing they're balancing is the active skills as related to the 8 primary archetypes, then they are not balancing the double archetype classes. They're not balancing the interactions that happens when you merge the classes.
Size matters. That's why Vasa curse spreads are made to be substantially larger than many regular crackers. They're wholesome and baked to perfection for a hearty, satisfying crunch. Ready to take all of your
Scale.
toppings from simple
Yeah,
size
Jeff, I don't know if you have
I have
anything
a
to add.
question for Jeff, actually, if you wouldn't mind talking a little bit about it. When it comes to classes and PvP, what is kind of like your design theory on like designing for that? Obviously, I know we have a lot of people who are interested in PvP, and balance is kind of a lot of people's concern with 64 classes.
I mean, yeah, it's a big, huge, gigantic thing to work on, right? But the way that we're approaching it philosophically is not
Philosophically.
1v1 combat, right? Like that would be an impossible thing for us to really
Not
do in
1v1.
the direction we want to go with the game, right? We're really focused on sort of mass PvP, right? So
Mass
not like
PvP.
one-on-one kind of encounters, not really even party versus party encounters, but like these big, fights around nodes, these big fights around castles, these big fights around caravans. So a lot of it is trying to figure out ways and balancing ways for classes to work together synergistically, so that like your focus as a team is building out the best the comp that synergizes best for what you've got, and we balance it that way. So we balance party on party, we balance party group on group, and sort of the different configurations of those things. So we look at it more as a macro scale balance problem rather than like a micro scale balance problem. So there will certainly be classes, that, especially depending on your build,
Classes.
build focused game, that just blow other comps out of the water, and that's okay for us. But what we do want is for parties to be relatively well balanced, as long as they've been built sort of with the encounter in mind.
Right, and just to expand a little bit on that, we have specific terminology when referring to archetypes and classes.
Archetypes and
Are the
classes.
combination of your secondary archetype. with your
Classes
primary
are the
archetype,
combination of the archetypes.
right? And a base archetype is one of the 8 base archetypes that we have present: the 4 marshals and the 4 arcane, the ranger, fighter, tank, and rogue. And
What's that? Type armor. Skill points, notes. I don't. Martial archetypes.
Is for parties to be relatively well balanced as long as they've been built sort of with the encounter in mind.
Right, and just to expand a little bit on that, we have specific terminology when referring to archetypes and classes. Classes are the combination of your secondary archetype with your primary archetype, right? And a base archetype is one of the 8 base archetypes that we have present, the 4 martials and the 4 arcane.
4 martials. And that's what I wanted. The 4 arcane. And he's going to tell me that they are what?
The Ranger Fighter Tank.
Ranger Fighter Tank.
And Rogue.
Ranger Fighter Tank Rogue. Ranger Fighter Tank Rogue. And the 4 arcane.
And the Cleric Bard.
Cleric
Mage,
Bard.
Summoner. Right.
Cleric Bard Mage Summoner.
Right, so those are the 8 archetypes. Now, when you look at balancing, as Jeff was saying, we kind of focus more on the group and even larger as a balancing aspect. And what that means is we're adhering to kind of the Holy Trinity principles. And at the same time, that represents kind of a rock, paper, scissors balance between individual archetypes and classes. So it's understood that some classes and or archetypes on a 1v1 basis will be disadvantaged or will have the advantage. And that we're okay with that because, again, our focus is the larger engagements. And with that being said, the active skills stem from your base archetype. So from a design standpoint, even though augments do radically change the way your active skills kind of provide you abilities, there's still a primary focus on the base archetype itself and not the 64 whole classes, so to speak.
Yeah. So that's a really good point, right? Where we're not really talking about 64 true classes. We're talking about 8 classes with 64 variants. And again, like how you build those variants kind of depend on where you spend your skill points. You could lean more into your subclass or lean less into your subclass depending on where you're putting your points. So there isn't as much variance between the 64 classes as you might expect, right? It's not like
He said there's not as much variance.
64 different versions of, I don't know, like radically different classes. There are 8 classes, 8 archetypes that are all, they have the same chassis, but then they have different augments put on top of that to sort of change the performance of that chassis, to
Right.
make a car analogy.
Or caravan. Sorry.
Or caravan now.
Awesome. And obviously,
Well, balancing of active skills only relates to those archetypes. That's not exactly what they said. I'm not going to write that down. I'm just going to move on. I'm not missing something huge, am I? Roles. Ashes' creation has a trinity of tank, DPS, and support. Oh, by the way. What's a traditional shaman in MMORPG games? Often a support that wields heals, boons, curses, and hexes. They commune with ancient spirits and harness powerful mystic energies. Some characteristics: healing support, spirit companion, weapon and armor. Shamans are typically in chainmail and leather. Oh, really? Who have maces, who have staves, and shields. Elemental and spiritual forces. Shamans are often portrayed as having power over elemental and spiritual. They can be seen as medium armored frontline fighting hybrids. It's important to note that the specific abilities and roles can vary. Okay, great. That's not that important to note. Skill augmentation available through the class system. A class is a combination of two archetypes. Players can also double down on their choice of archetype to strengthen their primary role. Synergies exist between class skills. Synergies also apply to active skills from other players. Meta. A goal of Ashes is emphasize micro metas and de-emphasize macro metas. That's worth writing down. The effectiveness of classes and gear and stuff is going to depend on adversary or the encounter. Optimal builds for different stuff. This design aims to avoid any obvious meta builds. Different challenges are presented dynamically based on node progression. Destruction situations are based on rock, paper, scissors. Dynamic challenges will change from month to month, causing a shift in demand in the economy. Increasing difficulty ratings inspire more of a traditional vertical power progression. Increasing difficulty ratings the intricacies of how nodes interact with predicates. Intricacies of how nodes interact with predicates in the world means that it may be possible but difficult to achieve meta server builds.
Setting as possible.
Do you have any concerns on players eventually discovering a meta server build with nodes due to players heading to specific nodes and regions because they find that content more enjoyable? And if so, how would you go about getting players to shift around the world to break up the meta?
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about that, to be honest, because the way that we facilitate
That's such a nice looking
the
place.
world kind of taking into account player activity to manifest different story arcs and or world states is based off of population, start location, heat mapping of player movement and activity. A lot of that stuff is built in a way that almost ensures very different outcomes from a world state perspective across different servers. Now,
okay, that's not quite what I thought they were asking. The developers intend to limit power creep by item sinks.
Gather your besties, it's binge watching time with TDS Fiber Internet and TV.
Here we go, weapon combo system. Utilize instead of auto attack what?
Or the occasional furry companion. Try TDS Fiber Internet and TV worry-free with our 30-day money-back guarantee and no contract.
Auto attack ability. Whenever you get stab hits on the third and the fourth hit, those are actually procs. So if you connect with the second hit of that proc hit, you'll receive additional effects. But you actually have to connect with a monster or player to receive the effect. And I think the proc rate is a static 25% right now. We're looking at other ways to scale it. Maybe it scales with a stat, or maybe it scales with additional nodes, but right now it's kind of low. What kind of proc? It's 25%. Does it tell me
the
the
thing I want to highlight is
amount?
the work that we've done on the animation side with the weapon combos. So if you actually do your weapon combo in place here, we can see it. We can see whenever you get, so you got a stab hit there. Whenever you get stab hits on the third and the fourth hit, those are actually procs. So if you connect with the second hit of that proc hit, you'll receive the additional effects. But you actually have to connect with a monster or player to receive the effect.
Interessante. The combo system consists of a sequence of combat animations based on the weapon type. Combat animation montage. Combos are triggered by performing basic weapon attacks. The number of steps and passive effects that trigger during weapon combos will be customized in the weapon skill tree. Tell me about that. Tell me about that weapon skill tree. What kind of details we have on the weapon skill tree here? Synergies.
The last thing I want to highlight is
This is all we know. I watched that stream. There wasn't a whole.
Mix up that a little bit and make it more interesting with some different capstone.
I mean, all this stuff is like 1% here or there.
But yeah, this.
It's not much. This one looks different. Weapon. Is on the weapon. I guess it's a bow. Or ranger thing. Skill point 0 of 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. Everything's worth 1 point, and it's how it cookie crumbles. Weapon weights. Oh. Weapons skills will progress 2 to 3 times faster than adventuring skills. Oh, okay, so we have skill trees for a couple things. Okay, this is the great sword. And I guess it lets me hover over them. What'd that do? That just opened up this specific... Oh, what's it telling me here? That's the weapon skill? Skill. No, it isn't. This isn't... This is hit number 4. Or this isn't a weapon skill. This is a skill tree. Oh. Alright, well, this game needs to not be calling skill the same thing when it's that same word is being used with 2 different applications of what is intended by the translation and meaning of that word. See, these little dots aren't skills. These are like upgrades. Call this like the weapon upgrade tree instead. And call these like, don't call them skill points, call them like upgrade points. Or like weapon points. Yeah, call them weapon points if that's... Oh, but are these... Are these the same skills that we can put into the universal tree? Are these the same points? Like we have to decide if we want it in our weapon or in our dodge roll or in our, anything else? Are there different kinds of skill points? I don't think there are. So all those skill points go the same. There's only one kind of point to be spent when we get a level up, and we only get 1 point per level up. Upgrade 1. Upgrade 2. Upgrade 3. They all do the same thing. Increases damage of hit 4 plus by 10. 10. So do we equip multiples of these? How many? Let me go to that last page and see if there's icons just like this on that last chart. Okay, here's one. It's got multiple whatever. It says Great Sword hit 4. That's the title. And that says Great Sword hit 4 plus. 25% chance to proc, increase damage. Extended combo finisher, increase damage. What's the difference between hit 4 plus and just regular hit 4? Weapon skill, whip. Weapon skills. Sorry, my family member has COVID, so I need to help out sometimes. Let's see, depending on the class skill choice, what effects? I forgot what we were talking about. Augments, right? Weapon combos. Okay, weapon combos. The combo system consists of a sequence of combo animations. Yeah, so like the further you get into the weapon combo, the more damage you do. But then if you use a skill during the weapon combo, then your combo counter resets to 1 or to 0. So it's going to be interesting to figure out when you should do your weapon combo and when you should use your ability. Weapon progression can change the level the proc effects occur. Like, what do you mean the level? What do you mean the level? Do you just mean the amount of times that we attack with the weapon? That, like, instead of calling it combo attack 1, combo attack 2, combo attack 3, they're like level 1 of the combo attack, level 2 of the combo attack. Is that what they mean?
Sure. Can you change attack animations? Is I guess that tacked on wonder.
Can you change it? No. So your attack animations with your weapon are actually a mechanic that's going to be associated with the weapon skill tree. So this is something that I spoke about, I think on stream, maybe, I don't remember, but let's say, for example, you're using a two-handed warhammer or something, right? And you have a number of weapon combos that play animation style based on how many combos deep you go into an attack with that warhammer. So the first is going to be like a forward swing, the second is going to be a back swing, the third is going to be, a swing down, and the fourth is going to be some, twirl that you do, right? And that's the what we call the combo animation montage, right? The way that the weapon skill tree works is that at different stages of that combat montage, you have available procs that can occur, right? The first swing might be, a small stagger that decreases your opponent's, accuracy by 15%. That could be a proc that you could spec into. That decrease in accuracy, might be a status condition called stagger or bewildered or whatever, and that might exist for 3 or 4 seconds, right?
Okay.
Your second option from a skill tree perspective might be on the swing back. You have some type of tapering slow effect that lasts over 3 seconds, right? Some type of tapering snare, and then the third slap, strike down might be some potential 1 second stun status modifier. And each of these you can spec into additional points to like increase the chance that these proc. You know what I mean? The relevance of that is that depending on what your class skill choice has been, those are going to have synergy effects with the weapon skill tree. So like my skill called, spin to win might do 30% additional damage on a staggered target. So I see when my proc occurs with the stagger effect on my first swing, like for me as a player, I might be only interested in landing that first swing. So every now and then I'm gonna swing once, and then I'm going to use a skill, and then I'm going to come back and swing again because that'll play my first swing montage because it's been interrupted. So I won't move to the second one because I really just want to hit that, stagger effect. So that's going to be how my rotation lines up. However, I might have some skill that, on a stun target, it might be an immediate cast, and it's like some power push or power hit. And that does, it knocks back a stun target. So if the target's stunned when this skill plays,
it has an added effect of knockdown, and now they're going to get knocked down for an additional 2 seconds. Now, I might spec into that, and as a result, I'll want to finish through, swing, and then knock down, so I get my chance at stunning that target with that weapon skill, right? You may have items or set bonuses that change at what level those proc occurs.
You may have items or set bonuses that change your weapon combo. You may have items or weapons that change your weapon combo. Stuff about your weapon combo. You may have gear or items that change the weapon combo. Yeah. Okay.
So I may have a full set of, battle armor that changes all third hit combo procs to second hit requirements. And now I have a chance, not only on my second hit, to land that tapering slow, but I also have a chance to land my 1 second stun proc because I have the full set that changes my weapon progression. So that's the way itemization works with your weapon skill tree, is you can enhance when those weapon skill trees become available in your combat montage, and that can be a relevant factor in how your skill rotations come to play and mixes with your weapon attacks and why it might be relevant. Now, some people might just say, I don't care at all about my weapon attacks. Like, I'm not going to invest a lot of points into that. And if I do, it's going to be primarily like PvE focused, where I'm more comfortable using, just kind of swinging my weapon, and I may not use them as much in PvP. I'm just going to be focused on, skill rotations. That's okay.
Okay, so he's like, he's like not trying to say to weave the skill rotations with the weapon combos. He's trying to say do one or the other. I mean, it was suggested. Slightly suggested that a tune to either skill rotations or weapon combos may choose to do either.
Brought to you by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Okay. Can I make this a little bit bigger? Please. That's good to know. That maybe the skill rotation should take priority over weapon combos. Instead of trying to weave the weapon combos into the skill rotations, that you just do the skill rotations or you just do the weapon combo. Certain weapon skills are more synergistic with certain archetypes. Weapon skills? Do we have weapon skills? Let's see. When did Ashes of Creation show weapon skills? Okay, let's try this. And skills. based on the weapon types and the grade of the weapon. Players can spec into weapon skills on their weapon skill tree, also referred to as combat skills, based on their preferred weapon types and the grade of the weapon. Our approach not going to be providing skills through weapons. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm wondering, why is it mentioning weapon and skills? Because I hadn't heard of weapon skills. So he's saying that they're not doing skills through weapons, yet there's an entire page devoted to something called weapon skills. Players can spec into weapon skills, even though they're not providing us skills through weapons. What do you mean? What do you mean? What are those?
All right. And with weapon leveling, does it mean you will level per weapon type, or will it be per weapon? And if I get a better wand, for example, will I still have to level that up again?
Yeah, it's weapon type. So, you know, if you start advancing within the wand class of weapons, you will persist that progression across all wands that you acquire.
Cool. And then I'm going to grab actually a question from the forums that kind of pertains to wand/mage stuff. This is from Jibs
I want a
IRL
sword.
asking about spell slinging. Where does the team pull inspiration from for wand weapon combo VFX?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, you know, obviously wands vary across a large variety of different fantasy stories that have been told throughout time. You know, and we kind of collect inspiration from all of them, right? In the way that we are either animating the wand attacks, in the way that we are, you know, selling the visual effects fantasy for the wand projectiles. You know, that beam is something that in the past we kind of moved away from, but this time around we thought that you know, Siva would do a great job in authoring the effects for that, and it felt good in playtesting, so we wanted to show that off to the community.
What?
Forms that kind of pertains to wand/mage stuff. This is from Jibs IRL asking about spell slinging. Where does the team pull inspiration from for wand weapon combo VFX?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean,
Interesting.
You know, obviously wands vary across a large variety of different fantasy stories that have been told throughout time. You know, and we kind of collect inspiration from all of them, right? In the way that we are either animating the wand attacks, in the way that we are, you know, selling the visual effects fantasy for the wand projectiles. You know, that beam is something that in the past we kind of moved away from, but this time around we thought that you know, Siva would do a great job in authoring the effects for that, and it felt good in playtesting, so we wanted to show that off to the community.
I think we have one more that came in last minute, and then we'll be
what was that about? The grade of the weapon, prefer the weapon types and the grade of the weapon, because the combat tree, because players can spec into weapon skills based on the preferred weapon types and the grade of the weapon.
All right. And with weapon leveling, does it mean you will level per weapon type, or will it be per weapon? And if I get a better wand, for example, will I still have to level that up again?
Yeah, it's weapon type. So, you know, if you start advancing within the wand class of weapons, you will persist that progression across all wands that you acquire.
Cool. And then I'm going to grab actually a question from the forums that kind of pertains to
weapon skills. See, that's still, they're using the word skill again. I don't think that means what you think that means. Otherwhere on the wiki, it seems to imply that this word skill means something else. Based on their preferred weapon types and the grade of the weapon.
I think there was questions in regards to the bow and the longbow versus the short bow. Are there different ranges, damages? Like, what's the difference between the two of them?
Yeah, I mean, the cool thing about our approach for weapons within Ashes of Creation is that weapons they're not just stat sticks, right? They have different fields, as was demonstrated both in the melee examples with the greatsword and the daggers, as well as now with the longbow and the shortbow. These changes can be pacing, they can be speed, they can be critical rates, they can be critical damage, they can be base damage values, they can be separate effects, like the longbow has a charge up on its basic attack, whereas the shortbow doesn't. There's more root motion in the greatsword than there is necessarily in the daggers. You know, the idea is because each weapon type has an associated weapon tree for progression.
Weapon tree.
You almost want each of these weapon groups to feel distinct in the way they play. And because of that, it touches a lot of different aspects of the combat for them.
And I think the last one is I see a lot of conversation.
Weapon tree. He just called it a weapon tree. He didn't say skill. And combat tree, based on the preferred weapon types and grade of the weapon, can spec into weapon trees. So I don't think weapon skills are a thing. I think there's weapon trees. Okay. Bad wiki. These do not unlock. Whoever put this wiki together, thank you so much. Weapon skills will progress approximately 2 to 3 times faster. Sure. Switching gear is possible. Oh, with the single hotkey button when out of combat. Yo, you really can prepare for a fight. Even you really can just prepare for a fight and carry multiple sets on you and switch on the fly. Copy that. That is worth knowing. Why can't I select all? There we go. Select all. Go back. Back to the basics. Back to the basics. Artisan gear and adventuring gear don't need to be swapped for either to be effective when they're equipped. Do not need for either to be effective when they're... Oh wait, this says you swap weapons while you're in combat? That's what this video is about?
Alright, so this is a little easier one. Here we go.
Okay, so you're under wand. What? That didn't...
Alright, so this is a little easier one. Here we go. You're gonna need your wand.
He equipped his wand during combat. Did he... But I don't think he unequipped his greatsword during combat. I think he unequipped the greatsword before combat. Okay, Steven says there will be a loadout system you can use in your inventory to help manage different types of set that you can customize. So you can do a simple hotkey and be able to swap your armors out of combat with a single button click. Well, if that's the case, why are you swapping while in combat? Switching weapons is possible in combat, but armor can't be swapped.
Summer Music Fest, amplified by Coke Studio, free with general park admission. Live performances from Sugar Ray, Better Than Ezra, Skillet, Tonic, Toby Mac, and more. Enjoy rides, live music, and refreshing ice
No
cream.
armor swapping in combat,
Thrill, chill, and refresh on select Fridays and Saturdays.
but you may swap your weapons.
Carowinds Summer Music Fest. More info at carowinds.com.
Hey babe, your Instacart order's here.
Yes, it's my supplies from the Home Depot.
You can get the Home Depot delivered.
Raid mechanics. Bosses will have fairly intricate mechanics.
Paintbrushes, a new drill, and
Alright, next. Player death. When player dies, they disintegrate. The ashes contain any items. These ash piles are immediately lootable by anyone, even like your allies. I mean, that's kind of what you would hope for, right? And then they can give you that stuff back. So dying in this game is going to be kind of bad.
Thanks to this month's scratch offs, this is our life now.
It's like winning again and again and again.
These ash piles are lootable by anyone. Player flagging is not triggered by looting. Certain bags may have reduced PvP looting times. You get an XP debt penalty when you die. Is it just experience of your total like level up to the last level up you have? You can't like lose a level from dying, can you? You just go back to 0 experience, but at that level. Can you de-level your character by dying? Their particular backspace. There will be a period of time following a player's death before their mule despawns. You don't lose gold on death. Glint. What is glint? Glint is a currency offered as reward for completing quests intended to be primary method for generating gold. So is it gold or is it not gold? The rarity of glint occupies space, can be sold for gold. You sell it for gold. Okay. Death by fall damage is possible, death by drowning, death penalties, non-combatant suffer normal death. Reduction in loot drops from mobs if you die. If you die, you can't get good loot. What? What? They changed the drop tables if you die? Death penalty includes reduced loot drop rates. items made for final consumption are not dropped. For final consumption? Consumable items aren't dropped. Well, that's a good reason to want to sell consumables. Oh, that's a great reason to want to sell consumables. Combatants suffer death penalties at half the rate of non-combatants. Corrupt players suffer death penalties at 4 times the rate of non-combatants. Corrupt players also have a chance to drop any equipped stuff based on the corrupt score, including weapons and armor. Corrupt players respawn at random locations in the vicinity of their death. Corrupt players respawn close to where they die, but it could still be like a 10-minute walk or something. Non-corrupt players always respawn at the closest active respawn point. Corrupt penalties occur as the corruption is gained. Corrupt penalties occur as the corruption is gained. Corruption penalties. Death penalties for a corrupt player apply in every location, including naval PvP. Death penalties mostly do not apply to objective-based PvP, also called sanctioned events. Certain mounts will have combat abilities. Mounts can be killed. Oh, but they can be resurrected. Don't kill my mount. Don't you do it. Don't you kill those mounts. What did they ever do to you? Oh, you can sell potions that reduce the resurrection of mounts. Fall damage occurs while mounted, applied to the mount. Royal mounts that are killed in an event incur additional costs to use the mount. When the cooldown expires, mounts can be targeted separately from the player. Combat pets. Are they still doing combat pets? I know they're going to do summoner summons, but are they really going to do combat pets still? They require a sacrifice from the player. Okay, combat pets are horizontal. You can tame your own pet. Tank pets will maintain threat. Independent of the owner. Huh. Combat pets will also be categorized into different rarities. Naval combat, naval PvP. Open sea zones have better resources in more abundance to compensate for the added level of risk. Territory fraught. Operators of the ship's weapons can initiate PvP. The result of events. The result of PvP. No threat meters. There are combat logs. We'll be providing combat data for individuals in their chat window to filter and analyze, goals to mitigate and make the practice less prevalent through the ease that DPS meters provide. Also, to place actionable enforcement for players who attempt to circumvent the decision by use of third-party programs. Floating combat text shows damage dealt, cumulative damage, crits, heals, experience, and other indicators. Damage taken appears in red and floats to the left. Damage dealt appears in yellow and floats to the right. Crits appear larger and are slightly above. Experience is white and is slightly lower. Floating combat text is able to be customized by the player by color, text, size, boldness. Damage icons to indicate the ability used. Like the ability that used on you shows up as a little icon of what the ability is. And, huh.
Going to Carowinds this summer has hit a new high note. The all-new Carowinds Summer Music Fest, amplified by Coke Studio.
Okay, so there's still all these augments. What do I do about the augments?
Enjoy rides, live music, and refreshing ice-cold Coca-Cola, your perfect combo. Thrill, chill, and refresh on select Fridays and Saturdays in July and August. Carowinds Summer Music Fest. More info at carowinds.com.
For summer cravings, size matters. That's why Vasa crisp breads are made to be substantially larger.
Passive skills, attributes,
and baked to perfection for hearty,
augs,
satisfying crunch.
armors, augs.
Ready to take all of your favorite toppings on from
That offers augments to a character's active skills.
breads are perfect for every summer craving. Vasa. Sounds good. Get inspired at Vasa.com.
Huh. Well, this thing about is under weapons that Attune slightly suggested that they might want to choose either skill rotation or weapon combo, not both, not and skill rotation and weapon combo, but or one or the other instead of both. That's definitely at least something I should try. Like, oh, I want to play this game, but how? Racial logs. Well, I think I'm gonna say goodbye. So long. We'll check out augments later. I'll look more into it later, but it's the longest time I've streamed, interestingly. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know. Why did I get this little pop-up when Fane followed from owned? How do I just tell them to go away? How do I get rid of that? All right. And then someone told me there might be an actual technical issue with my stream like hours ago. Packet loss. So I'll look at that too. I have it at 6,000 bitrate. That's what's recommended. Like everywhere I look, that's what's recommended. I have like, I've gone over my settings multiple times, but I'll look at this. I'll see if I can't figure it out. Oh, can I do that right now while I'm streaming? Is there some way to how do I do this? Is under help? Yeah, help, crash, no, log files, upload current log file. Let's do that. And analyze. Let's see, analyzer. Oh look, I got a critical thing right here. Okay, so I'll check that out. Thanks for watching the stream. Hope to hang out later. So Jesus bless you.